projects and repairs. Now's the perfect time to get your boat ready for when the warm weather comes. Don't wait till spring. They've got you covered with outboard parts at great prices. Plus, they're running clearance sales on select items, so you can get ready for next season without breaking the bank. Stay up to date with the latest deals, parts, and promotions by following them on social media. Stop by the shop at 865 Rivet Street in Greenville. For more information, head to StraussMarine.com. Strauss Marine, your best source for salvaged outboard parts.
How much America's in a can of Four Loko USA? Take a pro wrestler, give him apple pie pics, bald eagle biceps, fists of four-wheel drive, and legs spinning drones. Then add even more America. More America. More America. Four Loko USA. Tastes like real love.
Here we go.
Doug Henry of Greenville would like to say thank you from the whole entire team for a record-breaking year. We could not have done it without all of our wonderful customers. Doug Henry always has new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry of Greenville, easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive, and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. Happy 2025, Pirate Nation.
IMAX is here with mind-blowing images and earth-shattering sound. Come experience the first IMAX theater in Eastern North Carolina, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas in Greenville. Crystal clear IMAX laser projection and precision sound come together to provide the ultimate movie experience. And as always, Golden Ticket Cinemas has unlimited popcorn and the best selection of concessions around. Book your tickets at gtcinemas.com and come experience the best in cinematic quality. IMAX, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
Here at the Holistic Company, we know that life throws you its fair share of curveballs. Like passing that drug test? Congrats. Now you can finally relax, kick back, and well, light one up. You've earned it. With weekly events like trivia, karaoke, comedy, open mic, movie night, and of course, all your favorites: flour, merch, carts, edibles, and wellness products. Whatever you need to legally take the edge off, we've got your vibe covered. Order online at theholisticco.com or visit us at 5th and Evans in Greenville or at one of our other 2 locations in Fremont or Smithfield. The Holistic Company.
Listening to the Infinity Sports Network.
On this Saturday afternoon, Chris Moore with you, Billy Jackalone producing. Erica will be providing updates all afternoon, so we're in good shape. 855-212-4227. 855-212-4227 to be a part of the program, and we encourage you to be just that as we work our way through the NFL games, the college games as well, and look forward to the college games coming up on Tuesday night and 3 on Wednesday, and we will, find out what the cream of the crop looks like after those games. And I think there are, some interesting matchups, but we're just taking, we're getting more content. That's what we're doing. We're getting more content, and the more content we have seems to be the better. And many people have predicted that there is a point where it becomes oversaturation, and those people have been wrong. It's like betting on the market crash. The market will crash, but whether it crashes in January or in 2035, nobody knows. And this situation here is one in which there have been a lot of people predicting for long, they push what we consider to be limits in the pricing of everything. And as I was talking earlier about chasing content, you got to get Amazon Prime, or it's on Netflix, or it's on this, or it's on that. Whatever it's on, you got to go find it, and you got to pay for it. Maybe not, depending on situations, but you got to find it. They're not going to make it easy, and you're going to have to put forth effort. And, TV was never effort. Now it is. And the transition is a difficult one for older fans, and one that remains to be seen how it will be adopted for younger fans. But right now it looks pretty good. Looks like people are willing to pay for it. That seems to be really not disputable at this point. People are willing to pay for it. the model, which may have been questioned internally when they came up with it, is working, and people are paying. Let's go to Sam, who's next in Wisconsin. Hi, Sam.
Hi, how you doing, Chris?
Good. What's up?
I just want to talk about college sports.
Okay.
They're becoming more like pro sports all the time, and I don't like all those athletes getting paid, but that's the way it is. Everything's about the Benjamins now, the money. I think they're sellouts, and they allow a lot of gambling on sports, and a lot of people are losing their butts and all their money to waste time on this gambling and sports. And being a ball player is not a real job. Let's face that, right? It's not a realistic job.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
Today's a new day. This year is a new team, so we got to go out there and prove it.
Since January, we've been crafting this thing for you guys. We know you're going to like it. It's going to be special.
I hope you guys are excited as we are, and just be ready, man. We coming for real.
We're not going to shy away from any competition. So be it. Let's go toe-to-toe.
Brace yourself.
The Pirate Nation, there's nobody better. The Pirate Nation comes out and they bleed that purple for us. They instill that pirate pride in this whole eastern part of this state. And they're making the purple and gold the most feared colors on the East Coast.
I hope you guys are excited as we are, and just be ready, man. We coming for real.
We appreciate y'all's support. We coming for everything. One last dance.
We're going to put on a show for Pirate Nation.
Pirate Nation, we appreciate y'all. Can't wait to see Dowdy packed out, and just know this year is not going to be like last year. Can't wait to show y'all. Go Pirates.
Pirate fans, it's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
Welcome in to our Military Bowl edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Clip Rock here in the Pirate Radio studios, getting over the Christmas crud, but fired up for today's show because we have a packed lineup joining us in the next 4 hours to get you ready for ECU and NC State right here on Pirate Radio 92.7 FM in Greenville, 104.1 in Washington. We're on 1250, 930 online, PR927FM.com. And I'll just run down the bevy of guests we will have on today's program. Brian Bailey joins us live from Annapolis coming up in just a few minutes. We'll talk about the week that was in Annapolis, all the kind of pregame events that went on, and of course talk about the game as well with Double B. Also in hour number one, David Glenn joins us to talk about what's going on in the world of college football, and we'll get his thoughts on ECU and NC State. Hour two, Coach Mack will join us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. We'll talk to Coach Mack. Also, Ken Watlington, as we'll throw a little Pirate Radio Live flavor into today's Bud Light pregame tailgate. And we'll get to know the enemy. Corey Smith from Pack Pride will join us live from Annapolis coming up in hour two as well. Hour three, we'll have our Papa John's Pirate preview. We'll make some NFL picks and hear from East Carolina offensive coordinator John David Baker, his thoughts on facing NC State. Also, Holt Nailers will join us live from Annapolis coming up in hour three. Hour four, Coach Hud, Greg Hudson, will join us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line, along with Morgan Ehlers. Morgan will be our co-host on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. He will be live at Tiebreakers during the game, so we'll talk to Morgan about that. Coming up in hour number four, Brian North joins us as well on today's edition of the program. And the biggest treat of them all, my co-host.
How about that?
On the Bud Light pregame tailgate, the Mully Man, Mike Mullis, is here. What's up, Mully?
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'm all right.
Other than the obvious.
I'm good.
Still excited for football, though.
Absolutely, and fired up for our awesome guest on today's show. J-Bone is here. Shirley Rhodes is here. We are rocking and rolling, and we've got a huge giveaway courtesy of Steven Sausage. And I'll tell you how you can win that and be a part of that contest when we return and kick things off on the Military Bowl edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll pop the top on that edition next.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You want a sub made the authentic Jersey way? You go to Jersey Mike's. You want a radio idea? You go to me. Like this. I'm a talking dog that only talks about Jersey Mike's. My owner says, "Hey, buddy." And I'm like, "Get me an authentic Jersey sub." He says, "That's all you ever think about." And I say, "No. I also think about teaching myself to drive the Jersey Mike's, but until I figure that out, you're all I have." Woof, woof. Made the authentic Jersey way since 1956. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
This is Trey Hayes with Advanced Moving and Storage. Advanced Moving and Storage is here to help you have the best move ever. Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're local, in-state, or out-of-state. Our courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. Call Advanced Moving and Storage today at 252-321-3200. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the moving company the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage.
Do you want to get rid of wrinkles, tighten and lift your skin, smooth your skin texture, erase veins and brown spots, get rid of unwanted hair and under-eye fat pads? Are you interested in Botox or filler? Contact the licensed professionals at Beauty Bar MediSpa for a free consultation and ask about our newest technologies and treatments. Learn more at beautybarmedispa.com, Red Banks Road, Greenville. Enjoy your visit, love your transformation, and go Pirates.
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit ElitePoolsNC.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
Are you ready for some outdoor fun? Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is your complete source for recreation and marine sales and service. With a full selection of ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, slingshots, watercraft, pontoons, and boats, Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is sure to have what you're looking for in everyday adventure. With 5 locations in North Carolina, Rocky Mount, Lake Gaston, New Bern, Elizabeth City, and of course, Greenville. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram or online at BigRockPowersports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
IMAX is here with mind-blowing images and earth-shattering sound. Come experience the first IMAX theater in Eastern North Carolina, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas in Greenville. Crystal clear IMAX laser projection and precision sound come together to provide the ultimate movie experience. And as always, Golden Ticket Cinemas has unlimited popcorn and the best selection of concessions around. Book your tickets at gtcinemas.com and come experience the best in cinematic quality. IMAX, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in the NC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kid Scene.
Y'all come get bucked up.
This is Parker Bird from ECU Baseball, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. Overtime Tavern is now open at 1011 Charles Boulevard. Come in for some great food, cold drinks, and all the game day action. You can swing in today and try the Philly cheesesteaks, the glizzies, mouth-watering burgers, and delicious wings. They are open to midnight Sunday through Thursday and open late until 3 a.m. on the weekends. There's always time on the clock at Overtime Tavern. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
And you can catch me Thursday nights, 8 o'clock, Overtime, with some sports trivia. Been out there the last couple of weeks. Having a good time, so come out, eat some good food. They got those beer towers that the kids love.
Dude.
Jarrett being one of those kids.
You a fan of the beer tower?
Yeah.
You seen that thing, Molly?
No, I hadn't.
It is wild.
What are we talking about?
It's about 10 beers in one.
Okay.
And, I mean, it just kind of looks cool sitting at your table. Yeah, and you got your own kind of mini keg.
You know what? I think that goes right in line with, looks cool with a guy wearing a jersey. There's a certain age where I don't think you can have the beer tower sitting on your table.
There's a lot of college kids in there.
Yeah, you're good. You're great. You're.
So I enjoy a Mountain Dew up there. Do you think they do a Mountain Dew tower for me?
They like you if you ask.
Yeah.
I think you could drink
Diet Dew tower, I'm there.
Sweet tea tower?
No question.
That'd be pretty cool.
You just need one of those in here.
Mully man, how are you?
I'm good, buddy.
Appreciate you being here along for the ride. Steven Sausage providing Military Bowl coverage, and we got a huge giveaway. And here's what I want to do. And Jarrett, will you help me with this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Just making sure, because I'm going to need your support on this. Let's do total points in the Military Bowl tonight. And all you have to do, join us on YouTube, Pirate Radio TV, and type in your total points for the game tonight. If you hit it or are closest, you'll be eligible to win our big Steven Sausage giveaway, which includes a Stevens Richardson cap, Stevens 12-ounce patties, Stevens 14-ounce links, a pound of dry sausage, 12 ounces of ham, 12 ounces of Red Hots, and 12 ounces of Stevens hot dogs.
Let me tell you something. That sounds like a great New Year's Eve.
Oh, my goodness. And this will be a variety pack, and they can ship it to you, so you don't have to be local. So all you got to do is give me your total points. And if you have one of those funny YouTube names, if you could give me your first and last name, that would help. For example, Adam Dowd has already put his prediction 34-27. So we'll get Adam down with 61 points, J-Bone, if you could jot that down. Jared Watkins is in with 71. John Moody with 79. Blake, what's your last name there, Blake? Blake has 68. So get your total points in, and you could win the Steven Sausage giveaway. Thanks to them for their coverage. They're providing sponsorship for this Bud Light pregame tailgate. All right, let's head out to the Big Rock Power Sports Live line, which we will do a lot on today's program, and talk to Double B, Brian Bailey, live from Annapolis. BB, how are you, sir?
Not too bad. A little wet right now, but hopefully the rain will at least slow down a little bit. It slows down at times, and it picks back up. Right now it's kind of slowed down a little, but still it's just a great, nasty day in Annapolis for this bowl game.
All right. Man, that was a flashback to Jeff Charles when we used to talk to him on the pregame, and he'd give us our weather report. So what do they say in 4 or 5 hours from now, Bailey? Is it just going to be like that all day, you think?
Yeah, it seems like it is. The last I checked the weather, they said it was like a 80% chance of rain at 3 o'clock and then 70 at 4 o'clock, and then it kind of got to 50-50 around kickoff. But, you look at the radar, and it looks like there's a whole track of, showers that could come this way. So I think everybody's kind of just waiting it out. It was odd. Last night we were here doing our half-hour preview show, and they had just finished painting that afternoon, and they had tape around, where they had painted. And then they came in after the paint had dried, and they put down the tarp, and they've got the tarp still on the logos, the midfield logo with the Go Bowling Military Bowl, and then the East Carolina to my left, NC State to my right. So, and you'll see that on TV today if you're watching the game coming up later on. But they're trying to keep those babies in the best shape they can, but it's just a miserable day right now.
Brian Bailey joining us. I think the kids call it FOMO, Molly, the
FOMO.
fear of
missing out.
Yeah. I haven't had that with an ECU football game since East Carolina App State, and I think we were coming off COVID, and they played in Charlotte, and I saw the videos of people going to the stadium, and I was like, man, it's happening again. Football's back, fans are back, and I was like, man, I wish I was there. And then last night, I saw all the pictures and videos of Pirate fans in bars, in the hotel lobby, purple gold. Like, it just looked like a blast up there. So I had a little bit of that feeling once again last night, Bailey. But looked like Pirate fans made the trip, and looked like a pretty festive week. So what's the week been like for players and fans?
Well, it's kind of an odd bowl, and I was talking to one of the bowl directors about it last night, and they don't seem to think it's a problem, but the teams are staying over in D.C., and if you've ever gone through Washington, D.C. at any time of day, traffic is just horrendous. It's crazy trying to get in and trying to get out of there. Coach Carroll told me the other night, he said, I like doing the activities, but it takes forever to do, to go 3 blocks with those buses. And so it's kind of a different type deal with the teams over in D.C. and then all, the game in Annapolis. All the fans basically started arriving yesterday, or most of the fans, and they had the pub crawl, which I think was a real big success last night, and there was a lot of stuff going on. I sent Zach over there to get our video. I said, you're young, and he's actually staying in Annapolis. I'm staying with the team in D.C. I said, I'll let you go over there and have that fun. I'll get on back to D.C. and hang out with some of the East Carolina people and then get ready for the bowl game today. But there was a lot of stuff going on last night in Annapolis, and they say, and I've been through the town a couple of times, but a lot of bars right through there, and it's a great atmosphere there. I just think that if they should figure out a way to get the team staying in Annapolis to make it a true, bowl type deal.
BB, what about practice facilities? Where are they in relation to where the team is staying? Is it a struggle to get over there as well?
It's a struggle to move. I'm telling you, out of D.C. We came up Thursday morning, and the Pirates were in Alexandria. So we came straight up 95, got off, I think it was on 395, and got over to their practice. They were practicing at Episcopal High School, a private school, a real nice facility, and they had a chance to practice. That was the only practice they've had in Annapolis. They left on Christmas Eve and practiced in Greenville that morning, and then came to D.C. for the bowl activities, and did a couple of meetings, couple of walkthroughs, that kind of thing. The only day they were actually out practicing football was on Thursday this week. They had a closed session. Yesterday was another walkthrough, and they'll arrive here somewhere around 3 o'clock. They were having everybody to bring their bags down by 1:45 for the sweep, and then at 2 o'clock I think they were trying to leave. And it'll take the buses a good hour, maybe hour 15 to get here out of D.C.
Brian Bailey joining us. Bailey, I saw the trophy, the bowling ball, which I thought was pretty cool. My daughter said it was stupid. I was shocked to hear her take on it, but I thought it was pretty cool. I think that looked pretty cool in the trophy case. What do you think?
Well, everybody always complains about the Birmingham Bowl trophy because the guy's butt cheeks are showing.
That is true. It's a little weird.
Yeah, it's a little odd. I haven't seen the trophy, to be honest with you. I think somebody was talking about it before. But I know the Go Bowling contract, I think, is for at least another year, and they seem to be pleased with it. I think they've added some things, too. I think the winning coach is going to get foam bowling pins dumped on him, which is a little bit better in a day like this than Gatorade, I guess. So look for that later on. But, yeah, some of the stuff the bowl games do, like the Duke's Mayo Bowl, I cannot watch that anymore. I can't watch those.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I think, and I don't know about all the trophies, but is the best one the Pop-Tarts Bowl, where they have an actual toaster in the trophy, so you can go to the trophy at any point in time and heat up your Pop-Tarts if you want to.
What if you got to plug that in, or is that battery powered?
That's a great question, Molly, that I don't have all the answers to right now.
Wasn't the first Pop-Tart trophy just a big Pop-Tart that people were taking?
Well, there was a mascot that apparently you could eat. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but seriously,
edible mascots.
Why invest a whole lot into your trophy when these bowl contracts are two years at a time? No need to get too carried away. BB, I understand there was a heck of a meal had by the team on I guess it was Christmas Eve or Christmas Day at an Italian restaurant. Were you part of that with the guys?
I was invited to that, but we stayed in town for Christmas, so I didn't get up here until the 26th that morning. But Brian Meador went and said it was one of the, and Malcolm went. Malcolm, he'll tell you in a heartbeat. But they said it was one of the best meals they've ever had in their entire lives. So it was a good meal had by all. I think they took a whole slew of people from East Carolina over, and they all raved about it.
Yeah, we can be honest. When Malcolm Gray is doling out praise, it is hard earned.
Tough critic.
He actually Malcolm actually sent pictures, so I know that he was greatly impacted by the meal there. I think it was at Carbine's, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he was impressed for sure, and everybody else I talked to said it was just wonderful.
Can't wait to check in with Chandler to see if he's had any local delicacies.
I'm sure he's had pizza.
Yeah, I would think so. Bailey, as far as the game goes, how are you feeling? East Carolina, NC State right now, 7.5-point favorite, total around 60-ish, right? What do you got, J-Bone? Say it again.
59.5.
59.5. So how are you feeling about this one, Bailey?
Well, I look at a lot of these bowl games and try to analyze which team wants it more. And obviously, when you're playing a rival like NC State, and we go back to all the things that, through the years, I don't know how many of these players, understand that the states of the world look down on East Carolina. And I think there are certain faction of these players that I've talked to say, hey, we want to go out and really, we want to finish this thing off with a bang. I don't know how interested North Carolina State is in the game, because you hear from those guys, and they're acting like, it's not that big a deal. It's just another team. So a lot of these games come down to the mental side of who wants it more. I think this game's going to come down to that, and the fact that whoever holds on to the football, whoever doesn't turn it over, the team that creates the turnovers and doesn't turn it over. I think all those cliches like that. But I really think that that's what you're going to see, especially if it's sloppy conditions. Now it is artificial turf, so you don't have to worry about too much. But if it is raining and miserable, and if you don't want to be here and it's raining and miserable, then you're not going to have a good afternoon. But I don't think it's going to be that high scoring. So I'm thinking under. So bet the over and bet a bunch, you'll win a bunch. But I'm thinking lower scoring game, defensive struggle. See what happens with that.
Well, I don't know how many of these guys, care or know about the Peach Bowl or care about ECU, raiding the field back when they beat NC State. But they do know that NC State beat ECU a few years ago because Rajay and Deontay Johnson and a lot of the Elijah Morris, those guys played in that game. So they have that, taste of revenge in their mouths. And that's a good thing if you're on the Pirates side today, because a lot of the players talked about that leading up to today's game.
Yeah, and it certainly is. And you think back to that game and how well, the defense played, the big goal line stand. I'll never forget that.
Man.
I'll never forget the way Holton brought him down the field and set him up for the winning field goal, and it just didn't go the Pirates' way. But, that was just one of those memorable games. And there's so many in this series. But you look at East Carolina and NC State playing today and then playing again the first game of the season, and a lot of people ask me, well, which game is more important? And you think about it, a regular season game is very important, but a bowl game is part of history. So it's a good question. Which game is more important? And I think that it's just neat to see these two teams, play one another. And I think, the Carolinas in the world, and I just like it whenever you get a chance to play one of the teams like that in the ACC. And, Terry Holland had a great vision about, we're in a national conference, but we can have a great regional schedule, and that's how he got scheduled the likes of State and Carolina and Wake Forest and Duke and that kind of thing. So I think it's a good opportunity for East Carolina times two today and the opener next in 2025.
BB, what are you seeing from the State fan base? If you just counting red versus purple from what you can see walking around the streets, how well is the NC State? How well is their program represented by their fans?
It seemed like in the areas, the bar areas and everything. Zach was there last night. He texted me and said it was like 2-1. East Carolina, that there was definitely more Pirate fans than State fans. And you kind of look at the State year and how it went. State was ranked 22nd in the country to start the season. They had high hopes. They had hopes of maybe an ACC championship, and the quarterback got hurt, and they scrambled around, struggled at times, and they had to really. You think back, they had to play their tails off late to beat Carolina to get bowl eligible, or they wouldn't be here. So. I think it just depends on, which State team shows up in this game. State has obviously some good talent, but they haven't really been able to put that talent together. And Dave Doran, who said, he really didn't think that this was much of a rivalry game because the two teams don't play every year. But he did say at his press conference, I think yesterday, that he really wanted to. I think State has lost 4 in a row, and he says, I want to get on that podium and I want to celebrate a bowl championship. It's not who we play; it's when we win, and we want to celebrate that bowl title. So one of these two teams will be celebrating.
You know what it feels like a part of the storyline here, and I've heard people around town talking about it, is obviously the portal effect on this game, and players that have left for both sides, and it does kind of feel like East Carolina may be a little more impacted from a starter standpoint with players that have gone into the portal. The biggest loss for NC State that I can think of off the top of my head is probably Concepcion. So I wonder what role that'll play, and and kind of how that'll what ultimate impact will we see from that stance in the game?
Well, I think the Pirates have taken the stance of, hey, next man up, and they've really worked hard on trying to get next man ready to go. And they have had some key portal entries on that defensive side of the football. But I think that once this bowl game is played, I think the portal, there's going to be some other players in the portal. That's just what college football is. It's almost like I hate to quote the Bible because I'm not that good at it, but it's like the good Lord giveth, the good Lord taketh away. So you're going to get some good players in here through the portal, but you're going to lose some. And I think you're going to lose some more after the bowl game.
I also think it's pretty interesting that we're seeing kind of two programs that are crossing paths here, but headed what feels like in different directions as it relates to winding this season down. Kind of going back to the earlier statement about what's important, which game's more important, this one or the opener next year. Excuse me, but it feels like the Pirates obviously want to build on the momentum that they've gained. They continue to kind of add to the lore of the Carroll era, if we can call it that, if it's even been enough to refer to it as an era. And then you have NC State, going back to what you said, coming off a disappointing season. And quite frankly, it almost feels to me like, and maybe you get a different feel for being there, boots on the ground, but it almost feels like State, the team, the coaches, and the fan base, quite frankly, are really just about ready for this campaign to be over.
Yeah, I think in some ways, yes. I think it's a very important game for Coach Carroll because obviously, he's trying to build momentum. He built momentum winning those 4 games in a row, lost the Navy game. But I think a win in this bowl game carries great momentum into the off season, plans for East Carolina and the conditioning and all that stuff, because they know State's around the corner again. So, and I think, I think too, I think Blake did a great job in earning, this position, but I think there are certain, Pirate fans out there who are like, they still want to see more from Blake Carroll. And I think this is a good way to, you win this game and you got a little comfort area going into next season as far as, did the Pirates make the right decision? I think they did. I think Blake's done a great job. He's led this team in a really professional way since they've been here. And I think I think we're going to see some good things on the field today, but I think it's going to be difficult.
BB, good stuff. What do you guys have on the TV side? Anything to look out for? Anything special?
No, not really. We do have a newscast, but it's at 6, and the game starts at 5:45. So we kind of we're not going to try to break in. We figure anybody that wants to know about the game is watching the game. They're not going to be watching Channel 9. So we're going to not do anything on the game in the 6 o'clock, and then we'll have complete coverage coming up at 11. And then we'll, of course, have a Inside Pirate Athletics show at 11:30 tomorrow on WNCT. Brian Meador will spend his night on the bus on the way home editing everything, getting it all together. So we'll have that to look forward to, and hopefully it'll be a chance to relive a big Pirate victory in this Military Bowl.
Good stuff, Bailey. Great report. Thank you. We'll have our do we have a Papa John's Pirate preview coming later as well?
Yes, we should.
All right.
I sent it in twice, so I hope you guys got it.
All right, we'll use the best one you sent.
There you go.
Bailey, thank you, man.
10-4, got it.
There is the Hall of Famer, Brian Bailey, joining us, Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. How important is a bowl game? Is a bowl win? I think that answer is different depending on who you ask. But Blake Carroll talked about the importance of a bowl victory. Shirley, do we have Blake Carroll 1 for NC State, where he talked about what a bowl victory would mean? This was the last press conference before the team split town.
One last final press conference after the media gathering, I guess, after the
practice, last week of game week, and just talked to our seniors about this being it was really a Tuesday type preparation for us. Just kind of things slid around a little bit because of Christmas Day. But really the last Tuesday practice, met with the seniors afterwards and just talked to them about what a bowl victory would mean, not only for Pirate Nation, for East Carolina, for this university, for this program, but for these seniors. I mean, how many bowl wins we had in the last decade? Maybe one, and these guys could be win the second bowl victory in the last decade, and some of these seniors were part of that first bowl victory. So to walk out of here with 2 bowl victories and an opportunity to do that would be huge. But obviously we got to focus on the process every single day this week. I thought today they moved around really good, a little chilly outside, but they didn't let that bother them when we were out to work. It's obviously just preparing us for Saturday and the weather possibly up there that we might see. But tomorrow will be a Wednesday type practice, and then we'll take off to D.C. after practice tomorrow, and then we'll do some bowl events up there, but keep on preparing for NC State as we get up there.
All right, Blake Carroll there, and Mully, what about Bailey? I posed that question to Bailey. What's more important, this win or the win to start the season next year? What would be a better win?
Look, man, I think for East Carolina, both are equally as important. I think for State, it's probably next year.
I got to go regular season. To me, I need some States.
I totally understand what you're saying, but I think at the position that this program's in right now, being the East Carolina program with the uptick and all the good things that have happened, and let's face it, this win is largely going to be about the story to be told during the offseason as it relates to fundraising, NIL opportunities. So I think that's where it becomes critical. And look, Coach Harrell, he does so many things so well, but somebody's got to teach him microphone control. Like I heard him speak at the Pirate Club deal, and and he even mentioned that his wife says, you sound like you're yelling in the microphone. And even as that cut started, he comes in a little hot, and he's not the biggest guy in the world, but he certainly projects. He gets all he's got out of that voice of his. But no, I do. I think obviously in a perfect world, Pirates win both these games. But I think this game is I think this is a box check for NC State. Quite frankly, I think you'll probably have players on both sides of the ball today, both teams that are literally thinking about film and thinking about what kind of value can they add to themselves as it relates to portal opportunities. Yeah. So, that'll have some bearing on it. But answer to the pure question, I think both these games are big for the Pirates, and the regular season game maybe a little bigger for the Wolfpack.
You put the rosters down last week of the regular season versus the rosters for today. They look different. How about the rosters for today's game and the rosters for next year's season open could look completely different because you've got more portal opportunities after this game.
No question. They get 5 more days, if I'm not mistaken, from the end of the game today. So if they get an additional 5 days, every team that's in a bowl, regardless of when the portal closes, gets 5 extra days. So, I think I don't think there's no question you're going to see players again on both sides take their chances in the portal. I don't know. The numbers were interesting early on. I was really keeping up with it just based on what On3 had and some other sources as to pure numbers of players in the portal. And the Wolfpack and the Pirates were very close in numbers. But obviously the guys that have left East Carolina, especially on the defensive side of the ball, and then you add a kid like Chase Sewell having entered the portal. Those are big. Those are key losses. But it creates opportunity for the guys behind them, and we'll just kind of have to sit back and see how it shakes.
All right, David Glenn's going to join us, and we're going to talk a little ACC football, and things not going well for the Atlantic Coast Conference because North Carolina is another snap or two away from losing. They are inside of a minute now, and North Carolina will fall to UConn in the Fenway Bowl. And right now, Matt Rule in Nebraska beating up on Boston College 13-2. Yesterday, Vandy beating Georgia Tech. So we'll go over some ACC with DG and also talk ECU and NC State when we roll on hour 1 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Once again, we've got a huge Steven Sausage giveaway, and we are going to ask you to put in your total points for the Military Bowl in our YouTube chat. And if you hit it or are closest to the pin, you'll have an opportunity to win. And we've got Blake Cartilage with 68 points. Elliot Jameson says 62. Matt Kiger, 54. Braxton Alexander has 77. Cal Clark with 75, Ian Bear 63, Brandon McGillis 44. You got all these, J-Bone? Keith Dixon 56. Put in your total and give me your first and last name.
Clipper, before we go to break, what's the tiebreaker?
Tiebreaker, we'll do a drawing.
There you go.
Yep. So if two people have 77 and it
go in a hat,
hit 77, we'll go in a hat. All right, we'll come back with you. David Glenn joins us when we return on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate with the Mully Man. Back with you after this.
At Tiebreakers, we pride ourselves on serving
big, juicy wings.
I'm talking
big and juicy.
Our chickens are the same ones that kick sand in the other chickens' faces. If our chickens played football, they'd be linebackers. The competition's chickens, they'd be
skinny little kickers.
Trade those kickers in for linebackers. Join us today for
big, juicy wings.
All season long at Tiebreakers.
Tiebreakers, with 2 locations in Greenville and on Railroad Street in Winterville.
At United Bank, banking means more than financial solutions. It means rallying around the causes that are important to our customers, employees, and communities. While we have grown in size and presence, we have never forgotten our roots. By giving back to our local communities and funding business development, we help fuel economic growth. Our success is your success, because to us, this is home. Go Pirates! Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
This is Aaron Williams with New Blue Service Group. Our technicians stand ready to face any challenge that time or the elements may throw at your home. Your home deserves the best, and New Blue is here to help with all of your plumbing, electrical, and HVAC needs. Facing electrical issues due to the elements? We're on it. Plumbing concerns or emergencies? We're ready to fix it. HVAC struggling to keep up? We'll bring the climate back under control. So go to callnublue.com today. Go Pirates.
It's the end of the year clearance at Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on 264 in Washington. Drive a little, save a lot with savings up to $10,000 on Ram 1500 and 2500. Need a work truck for the new year? General Manager Kyle Gaines wants to make you a deal on a new work truck in December. Get $10,000 off Ram trucks right now. Also, a huge selection of pre-owned cars starting at $5,995. Merry Christmas from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Drive a little, save a lot.
Did you know that GUC's utility rates are not only low in the region, but also the state? That's right. When you combine the average electric, water, wastewater, and natural gas into one bill, only people in 2 of the 15 largest cities pay less than GUC customers. Only 2. Low rates and high reliability. Working in the best interest of the community rather than shareholders. That's the value of public utilities. That's the value of GUC.
Here's a hint. At US Cellular, you can get 4 free phones and 4 lines for $90 a month, so you can give your family the gift of connection.
How about the gift of good-smelling soap?
They buy their own soap. They want 4 free phones.
Maybe I'll get
4 free phones.
4 free phones.
Get 4 free phones and 4 lines for $90 a month. US Cellular. Built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
You know, if you're going to put your name on something, it better be your best work.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. Well, the Fenway Bowl just concluded, and as we discussed right before the break, they have North Carolina loses to UConn by a final of 27-14. In the Pinstripe Bowl in the third quarter, Nebraska is leading Boston College 13-2. Coming up, actually, this game just kicked off in the New Mexico Bowl. It's Louisiana and TCU coming up later on this afternoon at 3:30. It'll be the Pop-Tart Bowl, and that will feature Iowa State and Miami. And then at 4:30 is the Arizona Bowl with Miami of Ohio and Colorado State. In the NFL, the Chargers lead the Patriots 17-7 at the half. Coming up at 4:30, it'll be the Broncos taking on the Bengals. And then at 8:10 tonight, it'll be the Cardinals taking on the Rams. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard brought to you by The Buck. Do you have New Year's Eve plans yet? If not, The Buck has you covered with Pirate Nation's biggest party to ring in 2025. The party gets started at 8 o'clock with Mikhail Buck along with Fox and Veed. Champagne Toast and DJ Kid Sing will keep the party going all night. You can get your tickets in advance for $20, or you can get them at the door for $30, but you better hurry because the biggest party of the year will sell out soon. We'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, getting you ready for the Military Bowl, East Carolina and NC State. David Glenn going to join us in just a moment. Clip Rock. Mike Mullis here inside the Pirate Radio studios, thanks to King Mackerels and the Beach Tavern for the Military Bowl coverage, ringing the new year at two fantastic beach locations. Join the fun at King Mackerels in Morehead City starting at 8. They got bands, they got a champagne toast, a money drop at midnight to kick off 2025 at the Bang. Or if you're ready to party at the beach, you can go to the Beach Tavern for the biggest New Year's bash on the island, featuring Cooper Greer. So don't miss out. Get your tickets now. Go to King Mackerels or Beach Tavern on Facebook. Also, thanks to Steven Sausage for the Military Bowl coverage. We got our massive Steven Sausage package giveaway, and we're going to do that by you naming the total points in the game. And we got some new entries. Susan Deans has 48. Aaron Ortiz with 56. Lee Ayers with 50. And T.O. Garner says 45 total points. Chad Moore, 46. J-Bone keeping up with those numbers, and we appreciate that. Mike Mullis here.
Yeah, buddy.
How you doing, Mullis?
Listen, and I had said that sausage, that was a big part of our every holiday spread. It's in the sausage balls. Man, it is it's outstanding. The spicy it's good stuff.
It is, and they provided food for a tailgate last year, and I was able to take some home, and I had sausage for about a month.
Yeah.
And it was fantastic.
It's good stuff.
All right.
Now, do they define the spicy sausage as the Red Hots, or is that
spicy?
No. This is like your breakfast sausage in the spicy variety.
Okay,
so a little extra kick to it.
I am a massive fan of the Red Hots. Like, that's what I used to eat for breakfast. I'm not so much a sausage person, but those Red Hots, man, you slap some mustard on that bad boy.
I'll tell you what, you must have guts of steel to go there first thing in the morning, to go Red Hot out of the gate.
Red Hots out of the gate. That's what my mom used to cook for breakfast.
You're talking to Shirley Guts of Steel Road.
I mean, that's impressive.
That's a good wrestling name.
My mom taught me well.
Shirley, do we have DG?
We do.
Let's head out to the Big Rock Power Sports live line. David Glenn, are you a Link or Patty sausage guy?
Good question.
I'd go Link.
Yeah.
I do occasionally like the Red Hot with Shirley. I'm with her on that.
All right, there you go. David Glenn joining us. DG, happy bowl season to you. I guess it hasn't been a happy one for the ACC, especially today, and I guess the last couple of days. Georgia Tech falling to Vandy yesterday. North Carolina losing to UConn, and right now, boy, Nebraska all over Boston College, 20-2. That score as they play in the first half of their bowl game. So, you have any overarching takes on bowl season so far? Or are you kind of taking it on a case-by-case basis here?
Well, obviously, from the ACC perspective, already being out of the college football playoff is a disappointment. It was a kind of a boost to the league to get two teams in. They were both underdogs, Clemson on the road, SMU on the road, and neither game was all that close, although the Tigers put up a good fight at Texas. So it's a it's a plus to get two teams in out of the 12. It's a disappointment to have nobody still playing in the round of 8. and then some of these other scores aren't doing the league any favors, because one of the themes in the ACC is that one of the main reason that it's fallen so far behind the Big Ten and the SEC is that it has been overall a second-tier football product. And these bowl scores aren't going to do anything to change that narrative.
Yeah, and you bring up the playoff, Mully. A lot of talk about the playoff, and man, this is why we shouldn't have expanded and all that stuff. I admit, I mean, the games were a little underwhelming, but do you think it's indictment on the setup? Like, what's your
yeah? I mean, and obviously, go ahead, DG. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I still think it was the right decision, right?
Yeah.
There's a big debate about whether the 4-team format is right or the 12-team format is right, or something larger or different is correct. But I don't think you give up on the 12-team variety just because the first 4 games didn't have any nail biters. I mean, those were quality teams. I thought the committee got it right. I think there's going to be great ratings for these quarterfinal matchups and moving forward. And I think it's a good thing to be more inclusive. I'm glad it's 12 instead of 4. Heck, I'm old enough to remember when we didn't even really have any kind of. Remember all those years where there'd be, the coaches poll voted one way and the writers poll voted another way. Like, I had enough of that. So I'm just glad we have a playoff, and I'm certainly glad that it's 12 versus 4. And again, I think the committee got it right, and the committee doesn't control, how close the games are after that. I just think it's unfair when people single out the ACC because, those other games weren't competitive either. Tennessee got absolutely curb stomped. Does that mean Tennessee shouldn't have been in? Of course not. It's one thing. What is your resume on Selection Sunday, so to speak, as the term they use in college basketball? I'm not a big fan of saying, well, that team didn't play well, so they shouldn't have been in. I've been on those mock committees, and I just don't think the process works that way.
Historically, this is part of what bowl season and even the playoffs or anything that the college basketball Selection Sunday, part of the joy of it is the hindsight. Is everybody going, it's super easy to say those 2 ACC teams shouldn't have been there. That's like a very easy statement to make based off of the outcomes. And you're right, Clemson did fight, but Tennessee gets a pass because of the SEC bias, in my opinion. So, but that's part of the beauty of why we have these shows. That's part of the beauty of the debate. But
the Lane Kiffins of the world.
The Lane Kiffins of the world. That's exactly right. So, and you know what? And obviously, as soon as those games are over, the statement becomes, well, Alabama and Ole Miss should have gotten in instead of SMU and Clemson. Well, what about Tennessee? So, to your point, DG, I think it's the committee had to make a decision. They went with the best information they had, which was what was on paper, and they rolled out the 12 teams that they thought were the most compelling.
Yeah, and one thing that struck my mind when I was listening to comments by whether it was Kirk Herbstreit of ESPN or others, I never mind when somebody has a different philosophy than mine. Somebody says that your biggest wins should matter most in front of the selection committee. Somebody else will say, well, no, if you lost 3 times, you got to dissect each of those losses, and your resume should be viewed very skeptically if you lost 3 times, as Alabama and others did lose 3 times. I have less intense battles with people when it comes to their philosophy, right? Great minds don't all think alike, right? People can have different opinions. What bothers me is when someone will bring up the lack of great wins of an SMU, but then they won't bring up the lack of great wins of the Texas Longhorns. I mean, if it's really your philosophy that you need to see more great wins for a team to get in, you know what happened to Texas in its 2 biggest games of the season? It lost to Georgia, and it lost to Georgia again. The Texas Longhorns' best win was over 8-4 Texas A&M. Now, to me, their resume was good enough to get in. But if you're going to take shots at SMU's lack of great wins, you have to take shots at Texas's lack of great wins. Like, you can't have it both ways. Similarly, Indiana, some people are saying they didn't belong in the field because, again, they got crushed, right? It's not just the ACC that lost those opening round matchups. Indiana got crushed. Tennessee got crushed. And whether to me, the 11-1 record of Indiana was enough that they deserved to get in. But if you want to start dissecting their lack of great wins, I think their best win was over, a 9-3 Illinois team. And I don't think they had another great win. Maybe a 7-5 somebody. So, whatever the philosophy is, it's okay to have different opinions, but just apply the same logic to every team, not just singling out leagues you don't like or coaches you don't like or schools that you don't like.
David Glenn joining us, Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. More playoff games to go, but David, let's talk about the Military Bowl. Important to some, certainly important to Blake Carroll and the Pirates seniors and the guys taking the field today. So we talked to Brian Bailey earlier. Could be some weather up there, so you got to factor that in. One thing when we talked 8 or so days ago, I asked you about the want-to factor for these teams, and you got to think it's pretty high on ECU side. I don't know about the NC State side, but when you kind of throw everything together, the portal, the players who won't be there, what's your take on this Military Bowl, ECU, NC State?
It's a guessing game. It really is. I mean, anytime you're missing some of your best players, the practices leading up to that bowl game matter a lot. We saw earlier today that, in a situation where, for example, the North Carolina Tar Heels, they have one quarterback. Jacoby Criswell gets knocked out of the game early because of an injury. The backup quarterback was Max Johnson. He was out with an injury. The backup to the backup was Connor Harrell. He was in the transfer portal. So who's the player trying to win you a bowl game after an injury to your starting quarterback? It's the freshman who's never played a significant snap at the college level, whose name is also in the transfer portal. I mean, you are scraping rock bottom when that happens. And, of course, the Tar Heels lose to UConn, in part because they just had absolutely no quarterback play, which you would expect if you're plugging somebody in under those extreme circumstances. And no Amari and Hampton because he's preparing for the NFL draft as one of the top running backs in this year's draft class. So how do those themes play out for the Wolfpack and the Pirates? We don't know yet. But it's a great sign, that ECU has the quarterback who energized their season in the lineup and available in Caden Hauser. I guess it's a good sign for NC State that they have a young quarterback who's, I would say, not quite as proven, but it's not like, Grayson McCall, the previous starter, just got hurt. He got hurt at midseason. C.J. Bailey had the rest of the season to build some chemistry. I mean, he's missing his star wide receiver, Casey Concepcion, again, in the transfer portal. And that's one of the reasons that all of this is such a guessing game.
Of course, C.J. Bailey, talented quarterback. I do question his decision-making, Mully. Said he's not a fan of Bojangles, and that drew the ire from some Wolfpack fans and people around here. So just another thing to factor in there.
Yeah, that's kind of read the room part. Read the room a little bit. But, no, it is going back. I mean, young guy and kind of trying to settle into that role. And again, I think that the thing that can't be measured, there's just no meter for it or no stats, is going back to what you said. It's the want to meter, and it's, which team wants to win this football game. And, you take the, these teams take the personality of their head guys. And if you look at the fire that Blake Carroll comes with, you got to feel like he's going to have them jacked up and ready to go. Dave Dorn, a little more laid back, and a guy that kind of takes maybe a little bit more of a professional approach as it relates to a little less rah-rah, maybe a little more hellfire and brimstone as opposed to the absolute driving of excitement. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Again, the weather is not conducive for much fun if you don't want to be there when it's going to be mid to upper 40s and raining. So, I think it's going to be the want to, and quite frankly, from the East Carolina standpoint, it's going to be, can they control the emotion? Because that has been kind of the knock on them under Blake Carroll's, that the penalties, the careless penalties have been, a little bit of a thorn in the side.
And, David, one thing you brought up when we talked previously, this NC State team, Dave Dorn, has lost a lot of bowl games in a row. Blake Carroll, before he left town in his last press conference, said, how many bowl wins does ECU have in the last 10 years? One. So the want-to factor is pretty high for the coaches there in regards to, hey, we haven't won many of these. We need to win one of these things. So I think both head coaches do want this thing.
I think you're right, and I do think, generally speaking, the players play hard. Now, sometimes they're backups because some guy is in the portal or, preparing for the NFL draft. And as you said a minute ago, you can be too high for these games. When energy leads to execution, it's a good thing. When being sky high emotionally leads to dumb penalties and missed assignments and all that, it's a bad thing. So it can go either way. And I do think, given the weather you described, controlling the line of scrimmage is going to be really, really important. There have been some NC State teams in recent years that could really dominate on the offensive line, right? I mean, Iquanu is now with the Carolina Panthers of the NFL. The guy who was next to him for a while, Chandler Zavala, now in the NFL. I mean, when you were running at NC State 2 or 3 NFL caliber offensive linemen and you're starting 5 offensive linemen, that's a nice thing to fall back on in crazy weather. This team does not have that. They have a good center, but they had a lot of problems on the offensive line, and that's something, of course, that Blake Harrell's Pirates defense is going to try to exploit today.
Yeah, when talking about the control of the line and the line of scrimmage with the D lineman that's been lost, that's already signed with Carolina, Mims from East Carolina, a big loss in this game, when that is a key point, especially when it looks like it's probably going to be a run-centric type day, largely based on the weather. So, your point's a good one, and it will be very interesting to see kind of what happens up front there. And quite frankly, when you have an ACC playing an AAC team, you start to think of talent levels in the depth. And when you're already depleted depth-wise with guys that have left and gone into the portal, it's your 2s, 3s, and maybe even guys that haven't seen the field in that kind of 4 depth range. They're going to be the difference late in this football game.
You're probably right, and it's not a perfect parallel, but for example, UConn, I believe, was 8-4 during the regular season. And their 8 wins all came from opponents outside the 4 power conferences, although some hate that label, and I get it. Their 4 losses at UConn all came to teams in those same 4 conferences. So if you apply the regular season logic, well, when UConn runs into a power conference team, UConn loses, well, that would have left you on the wrong side of the gambling ledger today, because the rules are just mostly out the window. It's the personnel is different. The starters are different. The backups are different. Coaches do not like going into games with guys being used in roles that they've never experienced before. But that's what the modern-day bowl, not all the bowls, the playoff is different, but the modern-day bowl games, the mid-tier and lower-tier bowl games, are an adventure for these coaches. And sometimes the new guy rises to the occasion, and sometimes the new guy shows that he just wasn't quite ready for prime time. These coaches know their depth charts really well, but even they are going to be guessing when it comes to asking guys to do things that they didn't have to ask them to do during the regular season.
Well said, David. Somebody in our YouTube chat earlier said, do you think Navy beating Oklahoma, UNC getting spanked by UConn speaks to the gap being closer than people would think with some of these schools? And I think you just answered that well. And in these bowl games, the rules don't apply, kind of throw them out, and you just never know what you're going to get in these bowl games. Well, DG, awesome catching up with you, man. Appreciate you. Tell the folks what you have going on right now.
Yeah, our website, ncsportsnetwork.com, takes you to all of our video content. We're, of course, doing a lot of football, but also transitioning to college basketball. We have our staff a running count of every incoming transfer, every outgoing transfer at all 7 of our in-state FBS programs and all 17 of the Atlantic Coast Conference football programs. So that is keeping us busy all day, every day here during the early portal window. And I imagine it'll keep us going a while longer. And, yeah, we have great guests all the time, college basketball coaches, college football coaches, coaching changes, recruiting, all those topics that we've covered for years on our various platforms are all available now at ncsportsnetwork.com.
DG, great stuff, man. Appreciate you joining us this year on Pirate Radio. Have a happy new year, and we'll talk to you again in 2025.
Right back at you, Clip. It's always good to be with you. best wishes to you and your listeners heading into 2025. Take care.
There he is, DG, David Glenn, joining us, Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. Big Rock Power Sports has everything you need to conquer the outdoors. If you're in the market for an ATV, side-by-side, motorcycle, personal watercraft, or boat, make Big Rock Power Sports and Marine your next stop. 5 locations in Eastern North Carolina. Big Rock Power Sports. Choose your adventure. We'll take a break, come back. When we return, Coach Mac McCarthy will get his take on what has gone on this bowl and playoff season. Talk a little ECU, NC State, and more. Find out what Mac's been doing, what games he's been calling, as we'll catch up with the coach when Mully and I, Shirley, J-Bone, and the crew return. Hour 2, Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on the way after this.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is Down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's new weekly lunch specials are here and only for $8.99. Stop by Monday through Friday and enjoy chicken and pastry, spaghetti, meatloaf, hamburger, steak, and everyone's favorite fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and drinks with friends. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
Where do you find the best selection of pre-owned vehicles in Eastern North Carolina? It's DriveHereNow.com. DriveHereNow.com is a combination of 4 dealerships in Eastern North Carolina with a fully stocked inventory of over 200 SUVs, trucks, and cars. If you're looking to upgrade your vehicle or purchase for a new driver in the house, get shopping today at DriveHereNow.com. DriveHereNow.com, supporting the Pirates for over 47 years.
Is your office printer on the fritz? Don't wait days for a repair. This is Walker Allen Volova with CopyPro, where we promise fast 3-hour service on all of your copy equipment. No need to press 1 for English for an overseas service line. All of our calls are answered right here in Greenville. Plus, we offer a free office printing analysis to help you cut cost and boost efficiency. We'll show you exactly how to save money on ink, toner, and energy. For reliable, fast service, call CopyPro today at 1-800-682-6558 and see how we can help your office run more efficiently. CopyPro, fast service, smarter printing, bringing more value to your business.
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at davidpriceconstruction.com. Go Pirates!
Winter is here, but Stroud's Marine in Greenville is still your go-to spot for your boat projects and repairs. Now's the perfect time to get your boat ready for when the warm weather comes. Don't wait till spring. They've got you covered with outboard parts at great prices. Plus, they're running clearance sales on select items, so you can get ready for next season without breaking the bank. Stay up to date with the latest deals, parts, and promotions by following them on social media. Stop by the shop at 865 Rivet Street in Greenville. For more information, head to StroudsMarine.com. Strauds Marine, your best source for salvaged outboard parts.
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an Auto Owners independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with Auto Owners Insurance.
This is Jeff Gibson with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Hote from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Let me show you what goes on behind the scenes when making a Shaq-a-Roni. We created Shaq-a-Roni My Way, an extra-large pizza topped with extra cheese and extra pepperoni. It's a simple recipe. We take everything you love, then we build it bigger. Pizza gets bigger when you Shaq-a-Roni.
Hey, Pirate fans, Papa John's is the MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates!
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. Need cash fast? National Finance Company is here to help. For over 50 years, National Finance Company has been the small loan specialist with loans from $1,000 to $5,000 with low payments to meet your budget. We're in the business of getting you the cash you need today. Apply online for a loan at one of our convenient branch offices and get your money as fast as today. It's easy to get the cash you need. For extra cash, visit nfcmoney.com. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, Jarrett hates talking about uniforms, so we got to talk about uniforms real quick. Mully, give us your fashion take on what TCU is wearing today. They got black unis, red numbers, and shiny chrome helmets. It's one of those where if you turn a game on, do you want to know who you're watching? Because you would have no clue who this team is.
No, if I turn this on, I'm going. I'm thinking
XFL.
Well, it does have a little XFL. Maybe they tried a little too hard.
Yeah.
But TCU's been known for rolling some stuff out that's pretty interesting. So I think they're kind of staying. They're staying on brand by being off brand.
There you go. All right, there's your uniform update. Elliot asked earlier in the YouTube, who is the home and away team? State will be home in the Military Bowl, ECU away. So I believe we'll be donning some white uniforms today, I would imagine. A-Harp gave us a little nugget. I think he said purple helmets, gold face mask.
White and then purple pants.
And white, purple. Okay. I believe that is the lineup according to the long snapper, A-Harp, one of those guys playing his final game as a Pirate today. Let's head back out to the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. We heard from Blake Harrell earlier in our United Bank Coaches Corner. United Bank, safe, sound, secure since 1839. Now more than ever, trust is the foundation of any successful relationship. With local bankers you know and trust, it's no wonder businesses and individuals throughout North Carolina continue to choose United Bank. Bankwithunited.com, member FDIC. We got our own coach on the Coach's Corner now. Coach Mack joins us. Mack, how are you, sir?
I am good. I'm glad to be back with you, Yahoos.
Wow.
Does that include Mike Mullis as a Yahoo?
He's the lead Yahoo.
There you go. That's a compliment coming from you, Coach.
Mac, what you been up to? Calling ball games? Watching ball games?
I have had a little bit of a break here, but not a break from work, because I've just done, in the last couple of days, I've done about 14 CAA rosters and 12 ACC women's basketball rosters, and getting ready to watch a whole bunch of film, getting ready for January, February, March. But I've been trying to pay a little bit of attention to the bowl games and that kind of thing. So I'm ready for the pregame show.
Yes, sir. And, we'll talk some hoops with you as we get into 2025, but we'll stick to football now. So how did you feel after the first round of the playoff games? Are you more Lane Kiffin, or are you more accepting of what we saw, even though we didn't see any tight ball games?
I don't understand what the problem is. I mean, we've had this. Let me give you some math, okay? What was the average difference, the average margin of victory in the four games?
10. I'm going to go 10.
I'm going to go 20.
No, it was 19.
Okay.
19. I'm going to help you out. It's 19. Okay, and what's home field advantage for it? 3, right?
Yeah.
So it was really 16. Do you want to know the average difference in scores in the semifinals of the 4-game playoffs?
What you got?
16.
Okay.
16. So we didn't see anything different than we've ever seen, yet we have all this outcry for, there's no way there's 12 teams worthy of the playoffs, or we need to cut it back, or we need to add more. I don't understand what the fuss is about, because it's all the same. It didn't matter a little bit. We got exactly what we knew we were going to get.
There you go. And hopefully we get some good ones coming up on, what would it be, Wednesday, when we head into round 2. Actually, Tuesday, you got Penn State, Boise State, standalone at 7:30 in the Fiesta Bowl. Wednesday, triple header, Peach Bowl, Texas, Arizona State, Rose Bowl, Ohio State, Oregon. That was a good one the first time around. And then Georgia, and this is the first time I've looked at this since Notre Dame beat Indiana. Georgia is a favorite. At the time of Notre Dame's win, Mac, Notre Dame was actually a 1.5-point favorite over Georgia the night that they beat Indiana.
Yeah, and of course all that SEC money comes in there. But I really like Notre Dame in this game. Everybody's acting like it doesn't matter who plays quarterback, because they had whatever Stetson Bennett win the national championship a couple times without being a great quarterback. So now they're thinking this Gunnar Stockton or whatever his name is going to do the same thing. I'm not so sure about that. I kind of like Notre Dame in that game.
I am gun shy. This is not a good way to go into it, but I think about Notre Dame from 10, 20 years ago when they get into these big games against SEC teams and just get blown out. So, that's not the way to do it. You need to know who's the current roster, who's the current coaches. But I'm a big history guy, Mac, and history says Notre Dame comes up flat in these situations.
Yeah, that's true, and that you do have that in the back of your mind. The one real interesting proposal, and it's kind of a crazy one, but I thought it was would add some intrigue that I heard after the first round games. Why not flip-flop, though? Yeah, play them on campus, but play them at the underdog's home field.
No. Okay, it'd be cool, but no. Good grief. Lane Kiffin just had a heart attack hearing that, Coach Mack. Trying to kill poor Lane.
I don't really care much about Lane.
No, I like it, but yeah, we'll never see that, and I don't know if we'll ever see an Arizona after next year anyway. See Arizona State and a Boise State get a bye either. I think there could be some changes coming. So
that part's going to change before the contract is up. We got one more year of the contract. The other take that I would caution everybody with, whether you're on the right side or the wrong side, it doesn't matter. But we're seeing all these opt-outs. So when you watch a team play, it doesn't really affect your watching the game. But you ought to have some sense to think, we really can't judge this program by what we're seeing on the field, or we can't really judge a league by how they're doing in bowl games, because you just don't know what's going on from game to game. And I'm not talking about any particular league, but the SEC, Tennessee was of course that's a little bit different, because you didn't have many opt-outs in the playoffs for sure, although you did have some. But judging leagues or teams or programs or the future by what happens in a bowl game with all the opt-outs and that kind of thing, that's crazy. And the second thing that we have definitely seen is once you get into all these opt-outs, you better take the over in every game.
Well, you know what? To your point, Coach, the reality, if we're kind of going there with the opt-outs and the portal guys, the higher the caliber of the program historically, the greater the chance of a higher number of opt-outs. It would seem to me to make sense that, you look at some of the games that have already happened and looking at players, if you go back and look at the numbers of the guys that have left, they're going to leave the more prominent programs, because obviously the more prominent programs are getting, quote unquote, the more talented or high profile players. Yeah,
that makes sense too. And of course, all this started way before we had NIL and portal with Bosa and McCaffrey. Way back, they were the first guys in my memory to go for the opt-out thing with bowl games.
And look, the only really premier program, and it's kind of weird to say premier, but what Deion's done at Colorado with what he did with the insurance policies for the players, and obviously he's got a lot at risk from the standpoint of one of these players is his son, who's projected top 3 picks. So I mean, is that the method to solve the madness? Hey, we're going to make sure to get for our program to be truly represented for what it is, we're going to have to spend the money to provide financial surety to these guys in the event that they do, sustain that injury. And listen, I understand if you're a big time pro and pro prospect and your team's playing in a kind of down the line bowl, I understand the financial decision. It's counterintuitive for us as coaches and former athletes, like you want to finish it out. But I think the method that Deion used to ensure that he would have his players was to provide the true insurance from a financial standpoint to make sure that their futures weren't complicated by an injury.
Exactly. The only thing I would disagree with is it shouldn't have been up to Colorado. It should have been up to the bowl games to do that.
Sure. Totally agree.
Mac McCarthy joining us, Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. All right, let's bring it closer to home. Mac McCarthy is, I believe, picking the Pirates today because you did send me a text, Mac. Navy 21, Oklahoma 20, UNLV 24, Cal 13. Memphis 42-37 over West Virginia. Toledo 48-46 over Pitt. It's group of 5 time. So does that mean you're taking the Pirates today?
Why not keep the trend?
Yeah.
Why not? It really doesn't come down to who was the better team. It really comes down to who's more excited about being there, and that's evidenced by a lot of different things, by how hard you play and how excited you are about the game, but also how many people you still have on your team playing. And I haven't kept up with that at all. But yeah. I imagine there's been some opt-outs for both of these squads.
Yeah, I got a state buddy texting me about some NC State opt-outs. We'll talk to Corey Smith from Pack Pride later this hour. I don't know if he's trying to set me up for let down or what, but we'll talk about some NC State opt-outs later this hour.
Well, and Mac, looking at them, and I have kind of, it's to me, it's the train wreck that you can't look away from with the portal. I mean, it's interesting if it's nothing else, and so I have looked at, and the numbers for State and East Carolina are very similar from volume, from total numbers of players, but East Carolina has the greatest impact from starters, if you will, and largely on the defensive side. So, it will be a part of the storyline. But as a coach, and it's a great opportunity to get younger guys some playing time. It's a great opportunity to get a feel for, especially in the free agent marketplace that is the portal. It gives you a great opportunity to get a feel for what holes you desperately need to plug. And remember, this isn't just about the game. This is about the practice leading into the game and the extra practice that your guys got.
Yeah, that extra practice has always been a really valuable thing, and you're evaluating a lot of young guys that are in the program, and of course they're out there doing a couple different things too. They're either in the portal, or they're auditioning for the staff going forward, or they're trying to improve their stock to maybe go into the portal. So, and I love these fans with the rationale. Well, I'm glad they're gone anyway.
Yeah, that's coping, I believe. Mac, I think we'll talk to you again on the 7th of January. So who wins the rematch between Ohio State and Oregon?
I think Ohio State's the best team in the country.
Oof.
They very well could have won the first game. So I don't see any reason not to pick Ohio State.
Oregon wears some weird jerseys, Mully. What if they came out in Michigan colors?
You know what? That would be just enough to freak Day out.
That might be the
That
play.
would be hilarious. Actually, that'd be great.
Mac, thank you for joining us, man. When's your next ball game you calling?
I've got Florida State and Virginia Tech women on the 2nd, and then I have a little time off, and then it heats up again where I've got 2 a week for the rest of the year until I get to the CAA tournament where I have a couple different I've got 2 games on a Saturday night and 2 games on a Sunday night in that tournament too. So now we've got some radio in between, but hey, I am always glad to talk to y'all. I miss you guys.
All right, Mac. We'll catch up with you in the new year. Happy New Year, man.
Appreciate it. Go Pirates.
All right, there he is.
See you, Coach.
Mac McCarthy, joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. You're tuned into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, brought to you by Bud Light, reminding Pirate fans to stay in the game, drink responsibly. Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing. All right, Brian Bailey and Zach Kaplan up in Annapolis. So who's holding down the fort? Ken Wadlington is in town, and he will join us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. We'll get his thoughts on this game and other things going on in the sports world when we return. Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate rolls on after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard, until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024, Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
There is road work outside, but plenty of food and fun inside at Fish Street Hardware in downtown Greenville. Park right across the street and make your way in for a great lunch today or drinks with friends. There are over 40 beers on tap and plenty of new specialty cocktails to choose from. Don't forget about Singo on Tuesdays, trivia with DJ Captain Morgan on Wednesdays, local artist live music on Thursdays, and the best Sunday brunch starting at 10:30 a.m. Be sure to follow Fish Street Hardware on Facebook and Instagram for all the 411. Go Pirates!
Here we go! 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Doug Henry of Greenville would like to say thank you from the whole entire team for a record-breaking year. We could not have done it without all of our wonderful customers. Doug Henry always has new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry of Greenville, easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive, and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. Happy 2025, Pirate Nation.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Good news, business travelers. PGV and American Airlines has added a new early morning flight available now. Book today at aa.com and be on time for that connection in Charlotte. Fast, convenient, and close to home, PGV has American flights perfect for your next trip. PGV, where the Pirates fly.
Need cash fast? National Finance Company is here to help. For over 50 years, National Finance Company has been the small loan specialist with loans from $1,000 to $5,000 with low payments to meet your budget. We're in the business of getting you the cash you need today. Apply online for a loan at one of our convenient branch offices and get your money as fast as today. It's easy. Get the cash you need. For extra cash, visit nfcmoney.com.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at qualityequip.com.
Dank Burrito is now open at 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Get ready to elevate your taste buds, G Vegas. With our Dank Burrito app, your favorite burritos are just a tap away. Order for delivery or pickup. Enjoy mouth-watering flavors from the comfort of your own home. Download the Dank Burrito app today and unlock exclusive deals and get a free queso on your next visit. Join the flavor revolution at Dank Burrito, where every bite is a flavor bomb.
This is Carson Wissenhunt, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right. We do have one final from the bowl games today. In the Fenway Bowl, Carolina loses to UConn by a final of 27-14. In the Pinstripe Bowl, it is Nebraska leading Boston College 20-8 with about 5 minutes left to go in that game. In the second quarter of the New Mexico Bowl, it is TCU 14, Louisiana nothing. Coming up at 3:30, it'll be the Pop-Tarts Bowl between Iowa State and Miami, and then at 4:30, it'll be the Arizona Bowl featuring Miami of Ohio and Colorado State. In the NFL, the Chargers are leading the Patriots 30-7 in the third quarter, and at 4:30, it'll be the Broncos kicking off against the Bengals, and then at 8:10, it will be the Cardinals taking on the Rams. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. Do you have New Year's Eve plans yet? If not, The Buck has you covered with Pirate Nation's biggest party to ring in 2025. The party gets started at 8 o'clock with Mikhail Buck along with Fox and Veed performing a champagne toast, and DJ Kid Scene will keep the party going all night. Tickets are $20 in advance, or you can get them at the door for $30, but you better hurry because the biggest party of the year will sell out soon, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Broad.
All right, we'll see you Monday night at the Buck for some sports trivia. And we'll see you Thursday nights at Overtime. Thanks to Overtime Tavern for the awesome pregame food. I went with the bacon double cheeseburger. That was fantastic. They got good ranch at Overtime, too. So it's important to have good ranch. Overtime Tavern has good ranch. That's right by Krispy Kreme, the old Pops location in Greenville. They were open, serving great food. Awesome TV setup, too. Great place to go watch your football and soon your college hoops. All right, let's roll on back to the Big Rock Power Sports live line. By the way, we'll throw in some NFL picks later on in the show. J-Bone won the week last week with 11 wins. He went 11-4 last week, closing the gap a bit. But I am still in the lead. Tony in second. Jarrett 4 games back at Tony. We'll make some NFL picks. We're kind of incorporating Pirate Radio Live into today's show, and we'll continue that with Ken Wadlington, who joins us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. K-Dub, how you doing, man?
What's up, Clipper? How are you, man?
I am doing all right. Hope you had a very Merry Christmas.
It was a short little trip home to Plymouth, but it was enjoyable. Hope you and the family had a good Christmas as well.
Yes, sir. Did indeed. K-Dub, I had an idea. So UNCW, of course, does not have football. So you Seahawk fans will look elsewhere when it comes to bowl season. How about hosting a bowl game in Wilmington to kind of, you don't have that but to have Wilmington be the host of a bowl game, people get to go to the beach, you get to hang out. What do you think?
Like the Myrtle Beach Bowl, right?
Right, yeah. Think about that.
Even in Myrtle Beach, but whatever.
We'll put you on the committee for that.
Yeah, we just kind of need a facility. That's the hard part.
Well, there's step one. Go.
They're not going to play it at Hoggard High School or the UNCW soccer stadium.
Can't Jordan build a football facility there or something?
He's got a little money.
Yeah. Let's hook that up.
That's about the only thing he doesn't own. I mean, it would make perfect sense.
He's into NASCAR. He's got his hoops.
He's got an armada of fishing boats. He's got the motorcycle, the racing deal.
Okay.
So yeah, he's kind of into
the Michael Jordan Bowl.
He's into lots of things. The Jordan Bowl. Let's just go the Jumpman Bowl. How cool would that be?
Put Jumpman in midfield.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Why are we the ones that come up with all these great ideas?
I'm telling you.
Ken, did you watch the Fenway Bowl earlier today?
I watched the first half, and then I opted out.
Oh, okay.
And took down my Christmas tree in the second half. Is how I.
Did you take it down, or did you tackle it and throw it? Was it an anger thing?
Very peaceful transition.
Okay, fair enough. Oh, good.
What is the Ken would describe the Watlington Christmas tree? Is this a like a little sits on top of the bar, kind of between the kitchen and living room, or is this a genuine 6, 7, 8 footer that's in the corner with all the accoutrement?
I wouldn't say with all the accoutrements, but it's a fake tree, about 6, 7 feet tall, pre-lit, so that's kind of cool. And I was surprised every year I take it out. I'm like, oh, cool, the lights still work, so I don't have to replace it. And I've got a hodgepodge of ornaments from my youth to ornaments from local breweries that have their logo to team stuff. So it's not very. It doesn't have a theme. It's just kind of a hodgepodge.
Yeah. You just described the ultimate bachelor Christmas tree.
Yeah.
Because I can assure you that Miss Mullis is not allowing ornaments coming from
Joe's Tavern.
Yeah, from tiebreakers. Matter of fact, I may do that this afternoon. Just like get a coaster and poke a hole in it, put an ornament, and just see how long it lasts.
I like that.
It's funny you mentioned that. A friend of mine and I were somewhere recently, and we saw a bunch of different breweries and beer coasters used as ornaments. I'm like, I should do that.
Genius.
So maybe I'll do that next year. I'll let you know.
Ken Watlington joining us. Speaking of pre-lit, Jared comes to the studio pre-lit a lot.
Rim shot.
Ken, Pirates and Pack. What's your take? We talked to Double B earlier. Said weather could be a factor. Said it's a little gray, a little wet. What's your take on this military bowl game?
Well, it seems like the weather is always a factor, in these bowl games, especially when you play them, kind of north a little bit. But you go back to the Birmingham Bowl 2 years ago, and it was bone-chilling cold that whole trip. But Pirates played well, got the win. Now today, in the rain, how's that going to work? Don't know. It's not going to be very comfortable, I would think, if there's a constant rain for the fans. The players, I'm sure they'll deal with it. It's artificial turf, so you don't have to worry about the mud or anything like that. So I think as far as schemes go and what you do, you don't really change it up too much.
I tell you who's loving this is the folks that were on the pub crawl last night are loving the fact that it's going to be rain, a little chilly, probably drive some of the fans out of the stadium back into the pubs they experienced last night.
Yeah. I did the pub crawl a little bit 3 years ago when the game was canceled. They still did the pub crawl. And it was quite the event.
Can't cancel a pub crawl.
No, you cannot. It does not rain in the pub.
There's no COVID opting out for a pub crawl.
Out in full force.
There you go. Ken Watlington joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. Ken, what's your excitement level for the playoff games coming up Tuesday and Wednesday? You still into it?
Yeah, I guess. Honestly, it's kind of the teams we thought that would be there, for the most part. Obviously a Boise State, at the beginning of the season, you didn't think they'd be a part of this, or Arizona State. But, you still got your name brands, your Ohio States, your Oregons, your Texas, your Georgia. I'm excited to see the Ohio State-Oregon rematch in the Rose Bowl. So that's kind of cool. We'll see how it all plays out.
I know what Ken's excited about. He's excited about primetime Sunday night football where they put the good teams, the Washington Commanders taking on the Atlanta Falcons. Win and you're in if you're Washington.
I'm still kind of riding high after that game last Sunday.
I know. I hate to bring up this phrase, especially with this game about to kick off in a couple hours, but that might have been Washington's Super Bowl. And if it was, I'm okay with that, Ken, because, damn it, we won.
Yeah, I was down in Wilmington, hanging out with a friend. We had gone to the UNCW game earlier in the day before. So I stayed the night. We were going to go to some local bars downtown and watch the Commanders game. Before we even left the apartment, it was 14-0. Do we really want to go do this? I'm just going to drive back to Greenville. I'm getting out of here. But we went, and we enjoyed the afternoon, and then really, really enjoyed the afternoon. Once they got under 10 seconds, I took the lead.
Man, that was a lot of fun. Mully's guys have a huge one this week, right? Or am I all? Yeah, Packers at Vikings. What was it? Vikings Lions. If they win out, we're going to have the first ever 14-win team that didn't win their division. That is a possibility.
That division is just crazy. Murderer's row. Yeah. I mean, it is. It's
the Pack's 11-4 and out of it. Basically.
Right? It almost doesn't make sense. Especially think how long the Pack has just dominated that division.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the Pack and everybody else, and now I mean it's the best division in football.
Excited about the playoffs coming up, but still a couple weeks left to go in the NFL. Ken Watlington joining us. Ken, we'll reconvene with you on Pirate Radio Live coming up the second week in January, but hope you have a happy new year, man. Appreciate you joining us today.
I appreciate y'all. Go Pirates. Looking forward to a good one today.
All right, there is K-Dub, Ken Watlington joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. All right, Jared, you got how many entries we have into our Steven Sausage giveaway? So Steven Sausage is putting together an awesome variety pack for you, including a cap, patties, links, dry sausage, ham, red hots, and hot dogs. And all you have to do is get closest to the pin on the total for today's game. How many points will be scored? ECU and NC State. And we've already had it. All you got to do is type it into YouTube. We've had a ton of entries.
18 if I count.
All right.
17 if I don't.
If you haven't got in yet, you just need to get in before the end of the show. Make sure you have your first and last name beside your number. Steve Hill is in with 63. So, for example, earlier in the show, Brandon McGillis, 44, Ian Bear, 63, Cal Clark, 75. Just give me your first, last name, your total. And as Mully pointed out, what if there's a tie? If there's a tie, we'll do a draw. And find out who are one tie.
You know, I'm quick to bring that up because I've been the victim of some of your rules going back to a Masters poll, a Masters a game we played.
That was a disaster
years ago. Yeah, and the way that you decide as the commissioner to adjudicate that was very unfair to me specifically. So
I disagree.
So I want to make sure I protect the integrity of the field as it relates to this current.
The important thing is getting the rules out now.
Correct.
But at the time of that pool, the rules were stated. Whether or not you liked them.
No. See, here we go.
It turned out to be kind of ridiculous because I think your guy won the Masters and you finished like fourth in the poll.
And my whole field was still available to play. So, you know, all my guys are in the tournament. You had like two guys left. Everybody had two guys left except for me, and y'all counted my strokes against me.
Right, yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the way to win that based on those rules is have all your players miss the cut.
We've had a bad run of pools like that.
It seems like we had another one with the Kentucky Derby.
Troy, yes.
Well, and any time you bring Troy D, I mean, there's going to be controversy. But
we had a horse get scratched, but I had the 20th stall. It was the year where like they just threw one horse in there at the last minute and he won. Yeah, we've had a lot of mess ups.
Yeah, the horse's name was like Glue Factory. And next thing you know, he wins the Kentucky Derby.
All right. Adam Harrison, 58. Jeff Boyd, 46. RC was in with 34. Stabs, Hauling Ass Calder from Rockingham.
I'm going to just keep it down as RC.
Okay, fair enough. Jamie says, who's Mully rooting for to get hurt this weekend in the NFL?
Who, the commander staff?
Mully. We got the Falcons. You want one of their guys to get hurt?
Well, you know, no.
Kirk Cousins' feelings are hurt because he won't play. He won't start.
Listen, Kirk Cousins' feelings are just fine when he checks the ATM.
He's got a little bit of cash on him. Let's take a break. When we return, Corey Smith, Pack Pride, will join us. We'll see who's in, who's out for NC State and get his take on the 2024 Military Bowl. We roll on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. You good, Molly?
I'm good, buddy.
I appreciate you.
Still rocking.
You riding with us here.
Just got some Celsius delivered.
Steve Hill. Shout out Steve Hill with the Celsius drop-off. Stay active and energized all day with Celsius by your side. Look for your favorite Celsius flavor at your favorite retailer and at ECU Games. Celsius, the official energy drink of Pirate Radio, proudly distributed by the Minji's Bottling Group. Thanks to Steve Hill for dropping off some Celsius for us. Todd Garris is in with 49 total points. What's up, Todd? And we will be back with you and Corey Smith after this.
Saturdays are your day to kick back, relax, and have fun. That's why Ottavola Market Cafe is the perfect place to go for dinner, drinks, and takeout. Ottavola is open every Saturday at 4 p.m. on the bar side, serving a special selection of menu favorites of appetizers, pastas, and specialty pizzas. Whether it's dine-in, takeout, or drinks with friends, Ottavola is the best choice every Saturday starting at 4 o'clock. Visit OttavolaMarket.com to see what's new, and visit Ottavola on Red Banks Road every Saturday starting at 4. Ottavola, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Hey there, Eastern North Carolina. Jeff Stein at Brown and Wood. We have the 2024 Encore GX at 0.9 for 36 months. You heard it right, 0.9. We also have the Envision and the Enclave at 0.9. For GMC, we have the 2024 Sierra at 1.9%, the Terrain at 0.9%, and the all-new Hummer EV 849 lease for 24 months. Brown and Wood, 89 years in business in Greenville. 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 roof rooftops, and one goal: to make sure you leave a happy customer.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure to have the best and comfortable shoes with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
It's our last big sale of 2024. Bostic Sugg Furniture is packed. The showroom is stacked. It's all gotta go, and that's a fact. Now it's all gotta go at end-of-year savings. Take an extra 10% off store-wide on beautiful sofas, sectionals, recliners, and leather furniture, dining sets, bedroom furniture, and mattresses. Plus, up to 70% off clearance items. Now this is what end-of-year savings is all about. Don't miss the last big sale of 2024 on now at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
North Carolina State Parks invites you to enjoy camping your way. With the weather changing, booking your own cabin is the perfect solution for your camping getaway. Reserve campsites or cabins today at Jones Lake, Goose Creek, and Cliffs of the Neuse. Whether you enjoy traditional camping or air-conditioned cabins that can be rented with Wi-Fi, your next adventure can include hiking, beautiful scenery, and sunsets by the campfire. For information on booking a cabin, visit ncparks.gov.
When you're working outdoors, unpredictability is the norm. So tackle your toughest jobs with the 2025 Honda Pioneer 700. This rugged side-by-side brings power to any party with reliable torque for towing and smooth shifting for the trails. And you can choose between 3 trims: Standard, Deluxe, or the True Timber Forest Edition. Get greater capability. See the 2025 Honda Pioneer 700 today at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11, north of the airport in Greenville. For your safety, read the owner's manual, wear a helmet, eye protection, closed side nets and doors, and always wear seatbelts. Honda side-by-sides are for riders 16 and older.
Switching is easy. We do it all the time. We switch on the lights. We switch TV channels. Some of us switch partners while square dancing. Well, that's a stretch. But what's not a stretch is how you can switch and save with State Farm. In fact, this is State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer right here in Greenville. We can switch your auto and home insurance so you can start saving today. My team and I are ready to welcome you to the State Farm neighborhood. With Timothy Sawyer State Farm, it's easy to switch and save. Just give us a call, 493-0002. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is where the fiesta never ends. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Wednesday for shrimp tacos for $11.99. Plus Wednesdays means all Mexican imports for just $2.99. Thursdays, enjoy your favorite beef, chicken, or vegetable fajitas for only $11.99. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
This is Dale Murphy, 2-time National League MVP and number 3 with the Atlanta Braves. And you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. Pirate Radio is excited to announce that Inky Johnson will be the 2025 Leadership Luncheon Speaker on Monday, March 17th. Inky is one of the most highly sought-after speakers in the world. If you are interested in sponsorship information, please contact Mark Alexander at 252-327-2173, or you can email him at mark@pirateradio1250.com. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
Got our huge Steven Sausage prize pack on the line. Just guess the total points in the Military Bowl. Derek Brady is in with 52 points. Get in your number now before we wrap up this Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Back with you, Shirley Rhodes, J-Bone, Jared Watkins, the Mully Man, Mike Mullis, joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports live line. With our advanced moving and storage opponent preview is Corey Smith from PackPride.com. Corey, how you doing, man?
Doing well. How are you guys?
Doing good. We got Mike Mullis here. Mully, a baseball guy, so of course he knows your pops.
I had some games. He's had some games I've been involved in.
We talked.
Yes, sir.
Talked about that last time you were you joined the Shorty, I believe the name.
Yep.
Yeah. umpire. So, Corey, good to have you back on with us, man. And let's start with like kind of who's in, who's out. What are the big deletions to this state roster that you know of going into today's game, Corey, that could have an impact on the game?
Yeah, obviously the major one being Casey Concepcion after entering the transfer portal was really the only major one we know of at this point. The only other one I've heard of right now, and he's kind of in or out, is right now Davin Van hasn't practiced with the team this week, so there's a chance that he could be eligible or play, but also a chance he could be out. So we're not exactly sure where things stand with him heading into this one. But outside of that, everyone else is essentially active. DJ Jackson, a backup defensive tackle, is the only other name that's actually entered the portal of note, a guy that's a starter on the 2 deep. So right now, as things stand, NC State should have just about everybody active on the field. Only other one, potentially Anthony Belton at left tackle, could be out, but I don't think that's necessarily the case.
Corey, we always, talk about how important these bowl games are, and again, it differs depending on who you're asking. But for NC State, we talked about this with David Glenn. They haven't won a bowl game in a while. For East Carolina, Blake Carroll brought up, hey, we've won one of these things the last 10 years. So for these coaches, it is important. How important is it, do you think, for State fans to win this bowl game? I always say, I don't like them because it's not win or go home. If you lose, you go home too. There's kind of no stakes with it. You get a trophy, and maybe it could set you up for some momentum in the offseason, but at the end of the day, the season's over either way. But it's important for Blake Carroll. At this point, I think it's important for Dave Doeren. How important is this game for the state side of things?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's massive or anything along those lines, but it's very important for NC State given the fact that, as you mentioned, they haven't won a bowl game since 2017. They've been to a bowl just about every year, with the exception of obviously 2020 was a weird one, and then obviously you go back to 2019, they didn't make a bowl game then, but they've lost every other one that they've been in. So despite the fact that they've made some good bowls, not showing up on the field as they did throughout the season, I mean, it's frustrating. So I think they really want to not only come out and get a bowl game win, but also, you don't want to tip the scales in the rivalry at all, or the series, whatever you want to call it. I mean, for NC State, this is for against ECU, they're going to be facing them again, in less than 8 months. So you want to keep keep that streak alive and have a chance to go for 5 straight going into next season, as opposed to having to get back on a winning streak at the beginning of the year next year.
The interesting part to me, and obviously maybe only interesting because of my ties, but the success that NC State has had in the portal, bringing in Chaz Wallace from Colorado, and the one that stands out to me because I am a West Charlotte alum is Daylon Smothers, Hollywood Smothers, coming from Oklahoma to State. So talk a little bit about the success that State has had in bringing in players out of the portal.
Yeah, they've had a mixed bag because obviously, as you mentioned, a couple that have had a big impact. Also, I would throw DK Kaufman, a guy at safety position. Noah Rogers, that had a huge catch against UNC in the last game they played down the stretch to get them the win there. And as you mentioned, Hollywood Smothers, a guy that's just the back half of the season has just broke out, has been an explosive running back for them. Whether it's short yardage catches or out of the backfield, but when you look at what NC State's brought into the portal, it's been a little bit of a mixed bag because they had Grayson McCall at the beginning of the season, Brennan Armstrong, that they hoped both of them would, have a resurgence in their career, and neither one of them did. Both of them, one of them ended up with a season-ending injury, the other one being down last season, just not a great season at all for Brennan Armstrong. So, at the key positions they've missed, so that was kind of the hope with bringing back C.J. Bailey for next year, is he can be your guy going into next year, and they're hoping that he'll be the guy today, but as far as the transfer portal is concerned, those names that you mentioned, and then Noah Rogers, a big play wide receiver that probably has a little bit more of a chance to be the guy going into this game with Casey Concepcion transferring out. So all of those names are definitely ones that have hit really well for NC State so far.
Corey Smith, Pack Pride, joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. Corey, if things are going right for NC State, what's working? What is the strength of this team offensively? Is it the run game? Is it, Bailey throwing the football? Is it Bailey using his legs? What's the strength, would you say, offensively for the Pack?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a mixed bag. You go back to the Georgia Tech game, and Georgia Tech took away the pass for most of the game, and, C.J. Bailey ran the football, ran for nearly 100 yards and 3 touchdowns in that game, but also threw for 3 interceptions. So, that was a little bit frustrating for what NC State wants to accomplish. But the big thing that's been working for NC State has not necessarily been schematically on offense. It's been, having those explosive plays and having those, guys miss tackles, forcing games. Like you go back to, again, Hollywood Smothers. He's been explosive, but it hasn't been necessarily because he's been scheme wide open. It's been because he's been able to, break off tackles and get going down the field. And then, defensively for NC State, it's stopping those big plays because where they got their lunch eaten early on in the season, whether it was against Clemson, against Tennessee, and some of those other games, like it was giving up, it was missing run fits and things along those lines. So you really can't afford that for NC State going into this one for an ECU team that likes to have those big plays down the field. Again, the weather might kind of dictate whether or not either offense is able to do that, but I think if you get into a running game type format for NC State, they can have success there as well.
Corey, any thoughts on the crowd? What percentage we could see Pirate fans versus State fans today?
Yeah, we're here already. Actually, I've been out here for a little while, just kind of doing the tailgate, like doing the actual the fan fest type thing, and just kind of seeing who's out here and things along those lines. And it's been a lot of ECU fans. Now, I'll admit I'm on the ECU side over here where the fan fest is, so there's a lot of ECU fans over here, but we'll see. I mean, I'm impressed by how many ECU fans have made it down here, or I say down here, up here for this game already. But it's two teams that love tailgating, so it doesn't surprise me at all that both fans showed up.
An eclectic mix of bowl games for NC State over the last decade or so. Independence, Sun Bowl, Gator Bowl, Holiday Bowl, which got canceled, of course, Duke's Mayo Bowl, Pop-Tarts Bowl, and this one. Corey, have you enjoyed the festivities leading up to this bowl game? How does the Military Bowl kind of stack up to the others?
Yeah, it's been a good one so far. I didn't get a chance to take part in anything last night. I know Stephen Igo was out here a little earlier than I was, but we got in actually early this morning. But yeah, they had for media, they had a bar crawl last night. So that was, from what I was told, was really nice. My photographer had a good time with that. So we'll see how that pans over to this afternoon. But yeah, I mean, as far as the festivities are concerned, like they've done a really good job of trying to make it fan friendly. They had the Clydesdale horses out earlier for the parade, so that was really cool to see from Budweiser. But it's obviously rough conditions today during the day, but they've done their absolute best. They've got a concert going on right behind us, so it's been a good time overall.
All right, Corey, is it too early to talk a little East Carolina, NC State baseball, looking out towards April when these two teams lock up? A little home-and-home action. What's the forecast for what the Wolfpack will be putting on the field this year?
Yeah, that's kind of unknown as well. When we talk about transfers when it comes to football, they've gone in the transfer portal and got a bunch of guys. This time around, it was a different mix. They went out and got a bunch of younger guys from the SEC, whether it was Vanderbilt. They got a couple guys from some better colleges in the SEC to try to see if they can inject some life a little bit more into the pitching staff and get some more depth at first base, third base, things along those lines. But they've also got some younger players coming back. The rotation should be really good for NC State going into this year. I'm interested to see how the back half of the bullpen will look because they get Derek Smith back, a guy that was really good down the stretch last year as the closer. But, with a guy like Duden coming back too, they have a chance to kind of have 7 through 9 being the strength of this pitching staff for NC State. But, bring some bats back like an Alex Sosa. They had some players lead through the draft this past year, but it should be, those should, again, I mean, we know those are going to be lively games anyways, but it should be a very interesting rivalry once those two face off. You can debate any other sport when it comes to rivalry, but baseball it is 100% a rivalry when those two teams face off, because you go to Greenville or you go to Raleigh, it's packed with both sides.
Yeah, always a great atmosphere regardless of who's hosting. And, the nice part is, to me, those teams won't square off until April, so they will have determined an identity by that point. Obviously, East Carolina adding 31 players to their roster going into the season, which has obviously been pared down, and some of those guys are no longer here. But you're right; it's always a great competitive environment, and one that the fans enjoy. And those will be 2 Tuesday nights that everybody will have circled on the schedule.
Yes, sir. As always.
Molly, good job getting some baseball talk in here.
Hey, I had to take a shot.
Yeah,
I had to take a shot.
No doubt. Corey, thanks for joining us, man. Keep up the good work at Pack Pride. Anything else you want to plug for Pirate fans that want to get some last-minute research done on the enemy today, NC State?
Yeah, the only thing I'll add for NC State in this one is, the big thing to watch is if NC State doesn't get going early on, that's been a frustrating part of their game as well on offense, is they don't get off to very good starts. So they're a better second half team. So I wouldn't get overly confident, because again, CJ Bailey's very good down the stretch. But if NC State is able to get some offense going early on, that could spell trouble for ECU overall.
Great stuff, Corey. Thanks for joining us, man, and enjoy the game today.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you guys. Y'all have a good one.
You too. There is Corey Smith, PackPride.com, joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. Got to hit it from every angle, Mully.
Yeah. I mean, listen, as soon as the schedule came out and everybody, in Pirate Nation takes a look at it, they're looking for a couple teams, and one of those is always going to be NC State. And, those are some of the greatest games from a baseball standpoint that I've ever watched or been a part of, and always look forward to those. Obviously, the 3-game set with Carolina, and, you've got the Wilmingtons and, kind of the mainstays that Coach Godwin and staff always do such a good job of having those series. And I think the big addition to the baseball schedule this year is Coastal coming in here for 3. That'll be a lot of fun. So anyway, had to work a little baseball in there. I know Corey's a baseball guy, and a baseball family, and again, looking forward to those Tuesdays in April.
And I always mention that during my WZMB days, I was lucky enough to do play-by-play for ECU football, basketball, and baseball. And I did a state ECU baseball game, and the pitcher for the Pack that day was Andrew Brackman. And I was like, why is this basketball guy pitching?
Right, 6'7".
Turned out he did go to the Yankees, but I don't think he ever did much in the pros.
I think it was ended shortly after he signed his contract.
But he was a big fella.
6'7",
on the mound.
if I remember correctly. And, there's a time there where they had a catcher, Colt, drawing a blank on his last name, but he was a 6'6", 6'7" catcher, which is kind of an oddity.
I know the Mully man's ready for some baseball, and, getting close to that. When I talked to Mac earlier, hell, we'll be doing Daytona 500 preview soon, J-Bone. It's the NASCAR. So it's kind of sad with football season closing, but there's other stuff out there.
You know what, Clipper, as a young kid, and even still now with the young kid inside, I always enjoy Christmas, and it's great, and then we hit New Year's, and that's great. But that officially turns the page to baseball season to me. It's that's when we get going, and obviously the high school game and the college game. I think even like Pitt Community, those guys open up like January 25th or something this year. So it's a super early start, and it's we go up February, maybe middle of February 15th or so is the first time we'll see the Pirates take the field. So it's on Valentine's Day, actually, February 14th. Just looked it up, but to me, man, it's just so much fun. We get to celebrate the holidays and turn the page, and it's my favorite time of the year, baseball season.
Speaking of which, and Corey mentioned some guy, was it Igloo or whatever? Me and Igloo always used to joke. It seemed like we're always 2 weeks away from pitchers and catchers reporting. But Ryan McChrystal, who we talked to on the show before we left for break, and I got a sneeze coming, Mully, if you want to take over for 10 seconds.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell a story about Ryan McChrystal and you talking, but I don't have any idea. I'm going to guess that you're going somewhere down the path of McChrystal's getting ready to report.
So he said, hey, I can come in Thursday if you'll be there. And I said, no, we're going to be off. He said, all right, you want to do one after I'm back from battery camp? I get to meet Terry Francona and some big leaguers. It'll be pretty cool. I said, heck yeah, let's do it.
Well, and that's the nature of the game now, and it has been for years, where there's a strength and conditioning component that happens right after the end of the minor league season that players get assigned to. These mini camps, maybe for infielders or position players, and then you have the battery camp, so pitcher catcher, and just an opportunity for those guys to spend time in smaller groups and be more direct with what they're teaching.
And shout out Jamie. I think I always meant to ask you this every week you came on after it was announced, and I don't think I ever did, which is crazy because I look at you as a you're a Terry Francona fan. Francona.
Yeah, Francona's
and you kind of remind me of him for some reason too. Okay. The glasses and just the baseball guy. But how about him back in the game with the Reds?
You know what? It seems to be the way the game has gone, where hey, we can either recycle an old manager or we bring a guy up like Clay McCullough. There's kind of feels like there's no middle. Like
he's not what's his name with the White Sox old.
No. I mean, if we're going Joe Madden, if we're going La Russa, if we're going
La Russa, yeah. He's not La Russa.
What is Francona? He's probably 60-ish, something.
And
like
he's
that.
old. He just doesn't feel as old. He's 65.
That in modern day, I mean, that's not. Of course, as you get closer to it, it doesn't feel as old. But he feels old because he's been around the game so long at such high levels. And Francona's always been with teams that were fairly high profile, largely because they were successful. So yeah, great to see him back in the game, and so much can be learned from those guys. That if we're going to compare it, let's talk about again Belichick to Carolina. Now that dude's getting on the uptick of old at 72 years old. So Francona's still got a lot of good tread on the tires.
And did you ever watch the documentary on Netflix, the Red Sox one?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay, yeah,
it's awesome.
I didn't realize Francona, because the Grady Little thing that was rough.
Right,
they got his ass.
Listen, I got a chance to spend a little time with Grady Little when he was in AAA at Richmond with the Braves. He came in to manage in Charlotte, and long story short, went to a game with a guy who was a former teammate of his, and had a rain out. So I sat in the dugout with Chipper and Andrew Jones and Klesko, Javi Lopez.
Legends.
And Grady was managing all those guys. And super soft-spoken Western North Carolina draw, really good guy. When that happened, it was a little bit unfortunate, but you're right that he made that one decision, and that decision impacted, the rest of his opportunities.
And then Francona came in, who was not immediately loved, but it certainly worked out for Boston. All right, there's your baseball talk. We'll take a break, come back. We'll have our Papa John's Pirate preview, and we'll make some NFL picks. We got more to go, a lot more to go. Halfway home on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on a Military Bowl Saturday. We are back with you after these words.
At Chicken Salad Chick, we make our food from scratch every day using fresh quality ingredients. We have 12 flavors of chicken salad, plus soups, sides, sandwiches, and desserts. Whether you're craving traditional, savory, spicy, or fruity and nutty chicken salad, we have something for everyone. All of our delicious chicken salads conveniently packaged in take-home containers, and multiple sizes for you or the whole family. Visit Chicken Salad Chick or order online today. Now open at 112 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Chicken Salad Chick.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joanne Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve. To get started, call me, Talbot Green, 714-2076.
Talbot Green, NMLS 120331. For informational purposes only. Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is an equal housing lender. NMLS 208516.
Hey, Pirate Nation. Lindsey Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
There's a common misbelief today that to make it further, you need to push yourself, that you need to give up any joy to continue your rigid routine. Or you could try another way. Take some time to enjoy life, like having a Michelob Ultra with friends, because happiness is essential to living an exceptional life. Michelob Ultra, a refreshing and balanced flavor with only 2.6 carbs and 95 calories. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. Michelob Ultra, proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989.
I'm here with Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Pools. Jamie, what's new?
For starters, we're building our new building out at 5019 Highway 43 South. We've also put together a 10-day pool package.
A 10-day pool package? What does that mean?
Well, people think pools take a long time, but with this package, we break ground and have you swimming in 10 days. Go to CarolinaHardscapesandPools.com or by calling 364-1201. You can stop by our office on Fire Tower Road. We can make your backyard dreams into a reality with landscaping, patios, fireplaces, and outdoor kitchens.
Carolina Hardscapes and Pools.
Enjoy the outdoors.
My whole business just went up in flames, but my agent was there before the fire was out. We started a plan. I've got 25 employees who could be out of a job if we didn't get this place running again. My independent agent and auto owner's insurance, they made sure we didn't skip a beat. I mean, we didn't miss a single payroll. That's incredible.
For whatever lies ahead, we're always there.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, this game is just about ready to go into halftime. It's the New Mexico Bowl, and TCU is cruising over Louisiana right now, 27-0. Coming up in just a little while, it'll be the Pop-Tarts Bowl with Iowa State and Miami, and then the Arizona Bowl later on today between Miami of Ohio and Colorado State. Bowl game finals from earlier today in the Fenway Bowl. It was UConn over North Carolina, 27-14. And in the Pinstripe Bowl, it was Nebraska featuring an appearance by former Nebraska quarterback Patrick Mahomes. Nebraska cruises over Boston College. 20-15 was that final in the Pinstripe Bowl. In the NFL, with just about 5 minutes left to go in the game, the Chargers cruising over the Patriots 37-7. And by the way, the Chargers expecting to win, so they will clinch that wild card spot, and the Colts and Dolphins would be eliminated if the Broncos win over the Bengals. Coming up at that kickoff is scheduled for 4:30. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall Scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. Do you have New Year's Eve plans yet? If not, The Buck has got you covered with the Pirate Nation's biggest party to ring in 2025. It gets started at 8 o'clock with performances by Mikhail Buck and Fox and Veed. Champagne Toast and DJ Kid Scene will keep the party going all night. You can get your tickets in advance for $20, or you can get them at the door for $30. And you better hurry, because the biggest party of the year will sell out soon. We'll see you at The Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, back with you. Bud Light pregame tailgate, hour number 3. As we continue on, thanks to the Mully Man for hanging out today, co-hosting.
Yeah.
He agreed to do this before he knew I was.
Well, listen, man, I'm here for you, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
You know, the greatest job of marketing as I sit here and watch this TCU game, to make a Horned Frog look like formidable and tough. And how do they come up with that? Is there such an infestation that they just say we'll be the Horned Frogs?
I do like that it's different and it's not tigers or bears or whatever.
Or a natural disaster, hurricanes, yeah, something like
that. But anything unique. What is Irvine the Anteaters?
Yes.
I like the kind of unique names they got out there. All right, Shirley, let's get to our Papa John's Pirate Preview. BB has it ready to go. Pirate fans, Papa John's, an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online, papajohns.com. Sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, better ingredients, better pizza. Go Pirates. Here is the Papa John's Pirate Preview.
This year's East Carolina-North Carolina State Bowl game brings back great memories from the only other time these rival teams have played in a bowl game. Let's go back in time.
Welcome to Atlanta, Georgia, 1992, this January the 1st. 1:40 left in the ball game. Pass is caught. Fisher will score. This would tie it. He's got the distance. Edey's off to the right and no good.
East Carolina 37, North Carolina State 34. That's how the greatest season in Pirate football history ended. The Pirates finished the year ranked 9th in the final Associated Press college football poll. This year's game doesn't have that kind of charm, but it's still East Carolina and North Carolina State. And for the new Pirate coach, it's one final ride for Blake Carroll and the Pirate seniors.
Yeah, it's special, and it'll probably hit you more once you get up there, more than so right now in practice. But Big Tay, Eli, Raj, Ergel, Chad, all those guys, 5th, 6th year guys that going through it the last time, 21 guys that are going to play their last ball game for the Pirates next Saturday. And they put a lot into this program. And, I think I mentioned this before the break, and Tay said it, like, how many guys will we see stay with be loyal to one program for 5-6 years, and the 6th year obviously for Chad and Ergel because of the COVID. But I don't know if that's going to be the future of college football right now unless we start adding some contracts and stuff in there. But just so proud of these young men and what they've done for East Carolina, what they've done for this football program, and we need to go finish this thing off the right way for them.
One of those seniors is Big Dante Johnson, Big Tay. And he'd like nothing more than to end his career with a win over the Wolfpack.
I'm very excited because my first career start was against North Carolina State. And then I had messed up my knee, set me out for a little bit. So I'm just happy to play a full game against them.
What do you see on film about the Wolfpack on offense?
Young, talented quarterback, old, experienced O-line with a young guy at tackle. But they also got some playmakers at the receiver position. So it's a dynamic team, and their record don't match with who they really are. So,
as for the Pack, State coach Dave Dorn will all of a sudden see a bunch of purple and gold in his future, wrapping up 2024 in the bowl matchup and then opening the 2025 season against East Carolina in Raleigh.
Look forward to playing Coach Harrell and East Carolina. I have a lot of respect, Blake, for what you did this year, and congrats on becoming the head coach at ECU. I know that's not an easy thing to do midstream like you did, so congratulations. And we look forward to playing them. And, it's kind of a game that goes a long way back, and we don't get to play each other very often, and it's been a while. So I don't know how many of our players, the way rosters change anymore.
It's the Pirates and the Pack, the 2024 Go Bowling Military Bowl with a 5:45 kickoff from Navy Marine Corps Memorial Stadium this afternoon. With the Papa John's Pirate Preview, I'm Brian Bailey.
All right, there is BB looking back at the history of this one and favorite NC State ECU memories. Of course, you go Peach Bowl. I really like 2006 because I was there in Carter Finley Stadium with a state buddy, and it was known as the last Chuck Amato game for NC State. But ECU went in there last game of the regular season, I believe, and knocked off the Pack. And right before halftime, Andre Allison scores the touchdown and is flashing the Wolfpack signs to the crowd. So that was kind of not a super memorable game because neither of the teams were great at the time, but I do remember being at that one.
I tell you what, the mileage has certainly been gotten out of the Peach Bowl.
You think so?
I mean, it's there's still lots of names that are familiar to Pirate fans coming out of that game. So, that's inarguably. I mean, and I would even challenge you. Right? What has there been a bigger win for the program?
No.
I don't think so either.
No. I mean, that's why we kind of go back to it. It was the best season, and it was the, I guess, best win of that season.
Right.
So, looking for more glory days here at ECU. This one will not have the magnitude, but would still be awesome too. And Blake Carroll even said, I asked him, has he watched the Peach Bowl? And he said, during COVID times, they're watching old games and stuff, and he watched clips from it, highlights from it, and said that was a great day for Pirate fans, and he wanted to make another great day for Pirate fans today.
So. I'll tell you what, he does a great job. I mean, do you really believe he went back and watched 92?
I don't think he watched the whole game, but I think he watched.
Maybe you just want to feel that way. Okay, maybe he did. Maybe
you calling him a liar?
No, I think he's a politician in that situation. I think he knew better than to say no. But yeah, good for him. Good answer, Coach.
Shirley, can you roll me some NFL music, a little montage, because we're gonna do our picks. Thank you, Jarrett, for reminding me of this Thursday night. Could you do me a favor? I'll pull up Tony Dunn's picks. Can you pull up Chandler's picks?
Yeah.
They have been sent via text. And we'll have our guest picker, Mike Mullis, here with us as well.
Oh, I was hoping I was going to get to represent Chon.
Chon did send in his picks. I just got to find them.
We all took the Chargers, by the way.
Gold Chargers. And they are up
a lot.
40-7, I believe.
Yeah.
So we all are getting. By the way, I am 156-71. Tony Dunn 152-75. J-Bone 148-79. Chon 130-97.
Yeah, never mind.
Chon is 26 games out of first place.
I do not want to represent Chon.
You might could help him out.
I tell you what, let's forego his picks since his chance to get back in it are slim and none, and I will pick in his stead.
I don't think there's going to be much difference.
Whoa.
No, not that you're going to be a terrible picker. Just I see his picks and.
Okay, so yeah, okay, I got what you're saying. I was going to say it's a little early in our relationship, J-Bone. For you to take a stab.
Coming up in 30 minutes or so, Broncos and Bengals. This is a big game. Somehow the Bengals are still in it, and of course the Broncos are as well. I'm going to take Cincinnati to stay hot. I don't like Bo Nix on the road. Give me Cincinnati.
I also have the Bengals.
All right, Mully, who you got?
Oh, well, you got to go Bengals, or Burrow will throw for 500 and lose.
True. Who does John have?
He has the Bengals.
All right, Tony is taking the Broncos on the road. All right, tonight, Cardinals at Rams. I will take the Rams at home.
Rams win and lock it up. Playoff bound.
So this would lock up the West for them? All right, Tony has the Rams.
Chandler has the Rams.
And Mully has?
The Rams.
Ram tough. All right, Raiders at Saints. Yuck.
Yuck. And Raiders are going to win again. 2 in a row.
All right, I will take the Saints at home. Mully.
Saints.
Okay. Chon.
Raiders.
And Tony has the Aints. All right, Jets at Bills. Bills sweep here.
Yeah.
All right.
You know I'm not taking the Jets.
Have you
seen the
Aaron?
I
cannot bring myself to watch it.
It makes him like.
You watched it?
Oh yeah, I watched it.
You hate watching.
Well,
something.
literally, I was like, you know what? I was watching it, hoping that I would find a different, like, you know what? And at the halfway point, I was like, I despise this guy. On the back end of it, as it finished up, I was like, you know what? He's just misunderstood. But I'm still not a Rodgers. He's just a different cat.
So I will say Netflix did a pretty good job on the preview they showed of trying to suck me in, where he's talking about his brother and he's on that reality show, and they set up a spot at the table for Aaron Rodgers.
Oh yeah,
but he says they didn't even invite him.
That's right.
So I was like, God, I kind of want to watch this now.
I will tell you, maybe the more interesting thing for me is all the ayahuasca talk. Like, how that stuff is crazy, man. The way they go about it, and what they refer to it as the medicines talk. It's just a.
Was there any footage of him on?
Yeah. And then they show.
Damn it, I'm gonna watch this.
They show the little like cave, like, or maybe it was a hut or
for the darkness retreat.
For the darkness retreat, and how they literally talked about how he was making that decision. He told the powers that be that he would not be around because he would be in this darkness retreat for like. It's just crazy. I mean, he's a West Coast guy and super West Coast mentality, just a different, very kind of, maybe he goes into the category of Walton.
Yeah,
Bill Walton. He's kind of that kind of guy. You can see him rocking the Grateful Dead stuff, and that's just kind of his deal. But pretty interesting. It's worth the watch, man.
Have you watched Squid Game yet?
I have not seen the new one.
You watched season 1?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I've already watched all of season 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I did while I was recouping. So.
How about the Beast show? Have you seen that?
No.
Mr. Beast game show?
No.
They're letting that one out like episode by episode.
Yeah.
I'm going to let 4 or 5 come out, then I'll binge watch it if I decide to watch it.
Titans at Jags. A big who cares.
Yes,
I will
question.
take the Jags, I reckon.
I'll go Titans.
Okay. Tony's taking the Jags.
Chandler's got the Jags.
Mully, do you?
Jags. I mean, I don't even know why.
Panthers at Bucks. Boy, did the Bucks let me down last week.
Yeah.
Cowboys take it to them at home, but I will take the Bucks to beat the Panthers.
I got the Bucks.
They better win. Tony's got the Bucks.
Chandler's got the Bucks.
And Mully.
Oh, I'm going to go Panthers.
But shout out Panthers.
Yeah, how about that?
Playing well.
Let's go.
Cowboys at Eagles. Jalen Hurts.
Out. Kenny Pickett playing. CeeDee Lamb on IR.
Jared made a joke during a break. He said, wait a minute. Did you just say beating Kenny Pickett was your Super Bowl?
I heard him say that, and that was pretty good.
I guess I did, Jared.
Oh.
And your Super Bowl was beating the whoever last week. Who'd you beat?
We got the Jags, but
yeah.
We're 3-12. Just let me have one.
Pickett versus the boys. I'll take the Eagles at home, I guess. Tony's taking the Eagles.
I'm going Cowboys.
Wow. Chandler?
Chandler's got the Eagles.
Mully?
I think the Cowboys are going to win, but I can't pick them. I'm going Eagles.
Do you really? Mm-hmm. Colts at G-Man. Joe Flacco starting in a must-win game for the Colts.
Colts are 7-point favorites on the road.
With Flacco, I'll take the Colts.
I'm going Colts.
Yeah, what was Flacco doing last week? Was he on the sofa before he got called out of retirement again?
No, he was on the bench.
Yeah, let's go Flacco.
I think they put a sofa on the sideline.
That's what I'm saying. He's got it because this is how he does things,
Give
right?
a bag of chips.
He's been chilling, hanging out. Yeah, just knocking back.
It's like kids are running around the side. Hey,
yeah,
get out of there.
Knocking out a few cold pops, watching the game, and now they're like, "Hey, Joe, we need you to play and get us into the playoffs."
Let's go find your sister. By the way, Jared was watching Cousin Eddie in the same room as my sister on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
And I thought about you.
Nice.
Sean's got who?
What game we on?
Colts, Johns.
Colts. He's got the Colts.
Can you say it real quick?
What?
The sister one.
Let's go find your sister.
Thank you. Dolphins at Browns. Who's starting for the Browns?
Dorian Thompson Robinson.
Give me the Dolphins.
Tua might not play either.
Give me the Dolphins.
I'll go Dolphins. Chandler's got Dolphins.
All right. Mully.
Fish.
All right, the big one. Packers at Vikings. Great game. Yeah. I believed in the Vikings last week on the road at Seattle. Good win. Justin Jefferson, late touchdown. I'm going the Vikings, man. I believe in them right now. Tony's going Vikings.
Oh, God. I'll go with the Packers.
All right.
Chandler's going Vikings.
Mully.
Come on.
You feel? I mean, you believe it?
Yeah, I mean, I got to, right?
And I like them too. Like you said, this division is an absolute monster.
Well,
I just think the Vikings are going to drop one at some point.
I do too, but who have they lost to this year?
I mean, the Packers.
The Lions and
the Pack played a pretty perfect game last time out.
Who was that against?
Drawing a blank, was 34-0.
Oh, the Saints. Yeah.
Saints, yeah. Saints are good, but Jordan Love is my barometer.
Vikings won at Green Bay 31-29 early this year. They lost to the Lions and they lost to the Rams.
Okay.
So, I mean.
Two good teams.
Yeah. All right, Falcons at Manders. Shirley, did you send me a nugget?
I did.
Jonathan Allen has been activated. That is good news.
Good, yes.
My state buddy, who's also a Commanders buddy, says De'Ami Brown and Lattimore out for the Commanders.
Did Marshawn play one game?
Yeah. Yeah. I never got on that train, by the way. Give me the Commanders at home, although I think we can beat Michael Penix.
Yeah, I'll go Commies.
All right. Tony's got the Commanders, Chon.
Commanders.
And Mully.
You know, it's kind of one of those things because you just picked against the pack that I feel like just it would be. I'll go the other way.
All right. Lions at Niners. Give me the Lions.
Lions.
Trent Williams out for the season, so not picking the Niners anymore.
That might be the end of his career, right?
At least with the Niners.
He's been around for a long time.
Yep. All right. There is your picks for the NFL. Shirley, we running any games today during the Military Bowl, or we just going? Nah. But we'll have our coverage on Sunday and Monday night for the NFL. Commanders on Pirate Radio Sunday night, folks. Gotta love it.
By the way, let's see. We've got, I believe it is Panthers and Bucks, Packers, Vikings on Sunday.
All right.
Yeah. Dolphins, Browns for the nightcap.
No.
That's
flexed. Not it? Oh, that got flexed out. Okay.
You think the Dolphins and Browns is going to be on Sunday Night Football, Shirley?
No, I had it written down and I didn't double check. That was my fault. But we do have the first two games, yes. So Panthers football will be on Pirate Radio.
All right. Let's take a break. We'll come back. More to go. Hour 3, Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier restaurant and bourbon authority. Jefferson's, Basil Hayden, Woodford Reserve, and a Midwinter Night's Dram are just a few of the incredible bourbon options. The Rick House features the very best steaks and fresh, made-from-scratch pastas. The Rick House can host your corporate event or special parties in the 3,000-square-foot banquet hall. Join the Rick House for Sunday brunch from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and for the wine tastings on the last Friday of every month. The Rick House.
UBE and PireWare.com are proud to offer the Pirate Nation its largest inventory of ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking in downtown Greenville. Visit them online at PirateWare.com. Go Pirates!
This is Brian Harris with 360 Golf Carts, Pitt County's go-to shop for all things golf carts. We have E-Z-Go, club car, and utility carts to choose from. Whether it's for the beach, riding around the neighborhood, or working in the yard, 360 Golf Carts has the perfect ride for you. If you have issues with your current cart, take it by my shop for an expert's diagnosis. From parts to sales to service, we have you covered. We will even deliver right to you. So come see me, Brian Harris, on Highway 43, just past D.H. Conley High School. 360 Golf Carts, Pirates supporting Pirates.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with Harris Real Estate Group, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates!
Craving wings that kick it up a notch? Wings Over Greenville is launching an all-new buffalo flavor lineup you won't want to miss. Try the fiery heat of Afterburner or blast off with the bold liftoff. And that's just the beginning. Order straight from Wings Over. No third-party apps are needed. Wings Over Greenville delivers your favorites hot and fresh right to your door. Wings Over is open for lunch every day and is open until 3 a.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. Visit wingsover.com today and soar into flavor with their new buffalo lineup. Wings Over Greenville. They deliver.
Russell's is a full-service clothing store for both men and women. Family-owned and operated in historic downtown Washington for 41 years. This is Rhonda from Russell's, and we visit the country's largest markets to bring you quality clothing at affordable prices. From the finest in men's suits, sports coats, and accessories to fashionable dresses, tops, and jewelry for the women. Our attention to every detail means personal service and in-house alterations. Give Russell's a try. You, our pirate friends and customers at Russell's Clothing in downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have kept the fires burning for Eastern North Carolina Whole Hog Barbecue. At Sam Jones, you'll find our smokehouse pumping out wood-fired meats cooked fresh every single day. There are no freezers at our place. Everything, and we mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Stop in and see us, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. At Sam Jones Barbecue, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors.
Pirate Radio. The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. Ring in the new year at 2 fantastic beach locations. Join the fun at King Mackerel's in Morehead City starting at 8 o'clock. Enjoy live music from 2 bands, a champagne toast, and a money drop at midnight to kick off 2025 with a bang. Or if you're ready to party at the beach, head to Beach Tavern for the biggest New Year's bash on the island, featuring the one and only Cooper Greer. But hurry, tickets are almost sold out. For more details, visit King Mackerel's or Beach Tavern on Facebook. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All right, back with you. Hour 3. Got Holt Nailers joining us in 10 minutes or so. Mully Man riding along today on the program. We got Shirley Rhodes with the Schnappa shirt and the Pirate Radio bucket hat. J-Bone rocking his Raiders. And Clip Rock here with you. Shirley, let's hit some of the player interviews. And, it's a little emotional talking to Rajay and Deontay and Omar Rogers. Let's hit Rajay Harris first. As caught up with him before he left town and getting ready for the Wolfpack here in the Military Bowl. Here's my chat with number 47.
All right, this might be the last one with Rajay Harris.
Might be.
I might shed a tear.
Don't do that.
Rajay, been talking to your teammates. How's practice going? Does it feel any different for you? I mean, you're kind of at the finish line of your ECU career, but have you tried to make it the normal as possible, I guess?
Yeah, try to make it normal as possible. Of course, you got the little jitters or whatever, just being your last couple of days as a Pirate. But just trying to keep it as normal as possible, man. Just out there with your brothers, just having fun.
You know of any guys maybe we haven't seen on the field that we might see in this bowl game with the red shirt rules, with guys entering the portal? Like, do you think we'll see some new faces?
You might see a new face. I can't spill the beans, but you might see a little.
Okay, just something to look out for, right?
Yeah, just look out for it.
What you think about the Pack being the opponent, NC State, get another shot at them?
Yeah, it's a great opportunity, man. We still got that little bitter taste in our mouth from a couple years ago. But, man, State's a good team, always been a good team. I praise them. I praise the coaches. Excited for the 28th. Very excited.
Talked to some former players, Rajay. They really love the bowl experience. Aside from the game, like you gonna take advantage of all that stuff during the week.
Definitely, they was talking about bowling in there. I got Marlon Gunn on my team. That's all I know for bowling.
Is he's the man? He's the guy.
Be there. You gotta see it.
What's your average? Would you say?
I ain't no bowler.
You put the bumpers up for Rajay?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, a serious question, Rajay. What do you say like to CJ and to Isaiah and Zakai? Deontay put it good. They're not his teammates; they're his brothers. So you want the best for them. So do you try to talk them out of it at first? Or how does that conversation go?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times too, like they'll come to the older guys and see how we feel about the situation. And of course, we're Pirates, so we wanted them to stay. But at the end of the day, you gotta do what's best for you and your family. Yeah. And I feel like some of the situations that they was in, man, you can't turn it down. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah. And I respect it. And I just wish the best for everybody, man, that's done been a Pirate, man. Everybody.
Well, Rajay, appreciate you for being a great Pirate, great dude.
I appreciate
and good luck in the bowl game. Final question, what do you want for Christmas?
100,000.
All right. Everybody needs money.
You got that?
I don't got that, but I will take that as well. Appreciate you, bud.
I appreciate you,
right,
man.
Dude.
There's Rajay Harris and Mully. Rajay, not a ECU Hall of Famer, will not get his jersey retired, but will certainly, for me, be one of those guys when I think of number 47 with ECU. I'm going to think Rajay Harris.
Yeah, and it's kind of since the day he wore that number, it's kind of a unique number for a running back, and it's normally, I think of it as like a linebacker number or a defensive number.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
His first game, I tweeted, man, I like this Harris kid, but he's got to get a new number, 47. And then he said, I wear that because my dad wore that. I was like, all right, stick with it. That's your number. And he's owned it. He is 47.
You know what? I think that statement that he wore because his dad wore it says a lot about him and probably, quite frankly, the ACL injury there in the middle of his career and him coming back from that is, again, Rajay's one of the guys that you'll see him out and about. I've seen him at the coach's show or seen him over at the Tiebreakers just having dinner, and always the big smile and always very welcoming. And I had a son go through an ACL issue, and they linked up via social media and kind of talked. Rajay kind of talked him through it a little bit, and so it was cool. And I know, even talking back with like Coach Houston as it related to the team and to the guys. Kind of as people, it was always Rajay was one of the guys that he was quick to bring up. So a true Pirate, like you said, he goes in the Hall of Very Good, and he has been a very good player and a mainstay for the Pirate fan base and the Pirate offense for that matter. It'll be strange, and I'm sure it'll be strange for him to see the team run out 8-9 months from now and him not be in the mix, and that's something every player goes through, and it's. That transition is a real deal, and it's now it's time to find the new identity and kind of what makes you as opposed to being a baseball player, a basketball player, a football player, whatever it may be.
A lot of negativity with college athletics right now, but guys like that kind of remind you of why you like it and why you root for these kids. So I'll always be a Rajay fan.
Big Tay's another one. These guys that we'll be hearing from they all embody that, and guys that may or may not have had opportunities to go elsewhere. That's kind of beside the point. Shouldn't be the bar by which we measure their loyalty. The fact of the matter is they did it. They started the race and they finished it, and a lot to be said for that.
Let's hear from Deontay Johnson. I had one more chat with him before he left town.
All right, Clip Rock here with Deontay Johnson. How's practice going? I just asked Omar, is it feel any different than regular season, or is it business as usual? What's it feel like out there?
It's business as usual. Everybody, we got a few pieces we missing to the transfer portal, but we still got young guys ready to step up, or just older guys who just waiting on their chance. So we still good. We still flying around, and the energy's still the same.
When CJ, Isaiah, Zakai, those guys leave, do you wish them well? Do you say, hey, man, you sure you want to do this? Like, what are those conversations?
Yeah, of course you're trying to talk them out of it, but at the end of the day, you also want to, you build bond. That's not my teammate, they're my brothers, you feel me? So it's way more than football. Yeah. And if he feel like he got to put himself in a position somewhere else to better his career, then I'm all for it.
How about facing NC State? If it's another opponent, is it the same as NC State? Like, do you get a little more excited when it's a Wolfpack?
Yeah, definitely, because last time we played, I dislocated my patella, so it set me out for a little bit. I didn't get to finish the game, so I'm just looking forward to a whole game against them.
Yeah, no doubt. Omar said he's met Coach Aldridge. Have you met him yet? I know
Coach Aldridge, he recruited me heavy at Liberty.
Okay.
And that's how I got on him and Coach Tess. I'm like, y'all made me pick between y'all two now. Y'all want to team up together.
Crazy world of college football.
Crazy.
Right? How about as far as going up for the week? Are you excited? You like to have fun, right?
Yeah.
So are you excited about the bowl festivities?
Yes, I'm definitely excited about that because it's with the whole team, not just the travel team. You know what I mean? So everybody who don't normally travel, they could be at the hotel with us. They could get the kicker with us. You feel me?
Yeah.
So I'm just excited to have the whole team together for one last go-around.
Do you know what's in your swag bag, or what are you getting?
I don't know. Okay. We never know until we just show up.
All right. I asked Omar, other than a bowl win, what do you want for Christmas?
I don't know.
Something for the truck or something?
Nah. I'm done messing with that. What do I want? I don't know, man. I just like money.
Good answer. Money. Well, I'll take that. Appreciate you, man. Thanks,
Appreciate you.
I just want money. That was the conversation where he kept saying, "You know what I'm saying?" And I kept answering him, "Yeah, I know what you're saying."
Yeah, right. Yeah,
you feel me? Yeah.
It's not really rhetorical. Like
I was actually answering.
Right. Yeah.
I know what you're saying,
and I feel you. Look, I got a chance to sit with Big Tay at down on Main, the wing eating deal that Pirate Radio did early this season, and not just him, but man, we sat there and talked, and he's
a fun dude,
just an engaging guy, and another guy that every fan that came by, and there were a number of fans there for the deal, just chatting it up, and I remember him specifically talking about they had strength conditioning the next morning at like 6 or whatever it was, and early on the docket was running gassers or hundreds or something that they knew was going to be taxing, and here they were going to compete in a wing eating deal, but none of them were willing to lay down, knowing that the next morning was going to be a little
rough. Yeah,
especially you mow through 20 or 25 buffalo wings. So anyway, another guy that was super engaging and a joy to be around.
It takes all types, Mully, and you know that as a former player and a coach. Like you got a guy like Isaiah Winstead who might say 5 words,
right,
but he's going to put in the work. But you got a guy like Deontay showing up every day to the locker room, probably cracking jokes, probably making people smile. Rajay the same way, but also inspiring people. Like it kind of shows you all the different types of personalities you need in the locker room.
A culture of a locker room is a very interesting, for lack of a better, social petri dish. I mean, it's just it's kind of an experiment. And as you're recruiting guys, that's one of the big things that you hear successful programs and coaches talk about. And I think about how important it is to Cliff Galvin and the baseball program. And he's right. If you lose that culture, if the culture of your program is not one that is conducive for all and everybody adds to it, then it's countercultural. It's a bad environment. So you have guys like you just mentioned that they kind of figure out what their role is, and that role changes, man. It's different for a freshman than it is a senior. It's different for a transfer initially coming in than it is for, a guy that's been there for 5 years. So it's kind of figuring out where do you fit in that little miniature society and how is it, best suited to be successful for all.
All right, our bowl coverage rolls on. We'll talk to Holt Nailers when we return, thanks to Steven Sausage and their military bowl coverage. Steven Sausage, family-owned business serving Eastern North Carolina with high-quality meat products since 1948. Well, they may be divided on whether to root for the Pirates of the Pack. Steven Sausage has always agreed on serving the finest pork products such as country hams, hot dogs, sausage products, and chitlins. Stop by your local Walmart, Piggly Wiggly, or Food Line to find their great products. For more information to order online, you can visit stevens-sausage.com. Steven Sausage, bringing people together one bite at a time. We've got a big giveaway. You name the total of today's game, the combined score, and type it into YouTube, first and last name. Person who hits it or is the closest will win a big Steven Sausage variety pack. Also, thanks to King Mackerels and Beach Tavern for their military bowl coverage. You can ring it the new year at King Mackerels in Morehead City or the Beach Tavern right there on the beach. Cooper Greer will be at the Beach Tavern for their New Year's Eve party. You can go to Beach Tavern or King Mackerels on Facebook and get tickets, see all the information. Thanks to King Mackerels and Beach Tavern for their sponsorship of today's Military Bowl edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Holt Nailers joins us when we return and continue on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
Greenville's hometown pizzeria is Cucinella's. Cucinella's has 2 locations with great options for lunch, dinner, takeout, and they now offer catering. Dine in for lunch with a slice, salad, and a drink with a friend, or stop by after work and grab a beer or glass of wine while you wait for your to-go order. The best pizza, grinders, salads, and homemade Italian ice is at Cucinella's. Cucinella's Midtown across from Best Buy, downtown across from Sup Dogs, and on Facebook and Instagram. Cucinella's, serving handcrafted pizza since 1932. Come taste the difference.
And we interrupt you with breaking news live from the Pepsi Wild Cherry aisle. Carroll, can you hear us?
Steve, I've never seen anything like this. The bold, refreshing, and bursting with cherry deliciousness of Pepsi Wild Cherry is, well, let's just say everyone is getting wild.
Getting wild?
That's right, Steve. There's dancing, binge-watching, and is that a slip and slide? They're really putting the wild in Pepsi Wild Cherry, and this on-the-scene reporter can't wait to pop, lock, and drop it.
Pepsi Wild Cherry. Go ahead. Get wild.
There have been many changes in the automotive world. At Phelps Chevrolet, the Phelps boys are here to take care of you. Mike, Daryl, and 4 of Mr. Phelps' grandsons, Wade, West, Allen, and Clay. You see, things at Phelps remain the same. The Phelps team has served Eastern North Carolina for over 50 years. We make your visit easy and fun. We are your neighbors, and that's what neighbors do. Phelps Chevrolet in Greenville. Like Mr. Phelps' great-granddaughter says, come in and get you one.
Find new roads with Chevrolet at PhelpsChevrolet.com.
This is Captain Bo Brooks of Power Water Outfitters. When you're catching fish on the Pamlico, come to our place and pick up your Smithy cast ironware that'll sear your fish to perfection. We also have men's outdoor clothing, marshwear, Grundens, Duck Camp, and AFCO. We carry Bahia sunglasses and have all different selections of those. We are a fully functional fly shop where you can chase fish on the fly. We are Pirate Water Outfitters, 108 North Market Street, downtown Washington, North Carolina. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Go Pirates.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Hi, this is Christy Conway.
Hi, this is Tracy Ayers.
It's a great time to list your home for sale with ENC Pirate Realty Allen Tate. It's a low inventory market. Right now, Pitt County is experiencing a shortage of homes on the market, especially at certain price points. Currently, there's only about 2.5 months of home inventory available, with the average sales price sitting right at $300,000. Visit our website, encpiraterealty.com, to connect with our experienced team of agents. Go Pirates!
Need cash fast? National Finance Company is here to help. For over 50 years, National Finance Company has been the small loan specialist with loans from $1,000 to $5,000 with low payments to meet your budget. We're in the business of getting you the cash you need today. Apply online for a loan at one of our convenient branch offices and get your money as fast as today. It's easy. Get the cash you need. For extra cash, visit nfcmoney.com.
Pirate Radio.
See that door right there? One marked pirate. You think a pirate lives in there?
The voice of the pirate nation.
I see a door marked private. Is that the door you're talking about?
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's get you started with some of the bowl games that are going on right now. In the New Mexico Bowl in the third quarter, TCU is cruising over Louisiana. 34-0 is that score. It was a crazy start to the Pop-Tarts Bowl between Iowa State and Miami. Here were just a few of the plays just in the first quarter. A fumble on the first play that led to a touchdown, a 75-yard rushing touchdown, a 30-yard rushing touchdown, and a 49-yard touchdown pass. That all culminated with Miami just scoring, and now the game is tied at 21 apiece between the two teams in the second quarter. Coming up in just a moment at 4:30, it'll be the Arizona Bowl between Miami of Ohio and Colorado State. In the NFL, the Chargers beat the Patriots 40-7, so they clinch a wild card spot. Now we've got the Broncos and the Bengals that are kicking off in just a moment, and if the Broncos win over the Bengals today, the Colts and the Dolphins would be eliminated from the wild card. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by The Buck. Do you have New Year's Eve plans yet? If not, The Buck has you covered with Pirate Nation's biggest party to ring in 2025. It gets started at 8 o'clock with performances by Mikhail Buck and Fox and Veed. They'll also have a champagne toast. DJ Kid Scene will keep the party going all night. Tickets are $20 at the in advance and $30 at the door. But you better hurry because this party will sell out soon. We'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, we'll see you Monday night at the Buck as well for some sports trivia, and Thursday night at Overtime Tavern. Thanks to Overtime Tavern for the pregame food. Went with the burger. I've also had a cheesesteak there, and fantastic food at Overtime Tavern right there by Krispy Kreme, the old Pops location, and awesome TV setup in there as well. Great place to go catch some games. All right, by the way, Jim Harbaugh, winner. The Chargers, their win today means they are in the playoffs. So the LA Chargers. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he's done a great job with that program there, I guess you'd say. Kind of the model of Pete Carroll bringing the college rah-rah to the NFL. So, yeah, good for him. Congratulations to the Chargers. We get to watch him in cleats and the horn rim glasses and the glove. Yeah. So,
all right, let's head back out to the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. I was a little worried about Holton Ahlers and Caden Norman going to Annapolis. They like to mix it up a little bit. Holton, have y'all stayed out of trouble? You hadn't riled up any Pack fans up there, have you?
Oh, just a little bit. We booed a couple last night, Clip, but other than that, man, we're doing good.
All right, good to hear. And I guess you survived the casino and everything. How'd Caden make it out of the casino?
We're up. We both won big today, so good day for the boys.
There you go.
There you go. Big time tonight, then.
Holton, and by the way, I don't know about the weather conditions, but you can get Caden Hauser 225 passing yards, Anthony Smith 40 receiving yards. Parlay that for plus money. I kind of like that tonight. You got anything on this ECU NC State bowl game?
I do not. I've been just tearing up Annapolis, so I haven't even really looked at it. But I really like the Anthony Smith thing. That sounds good to me, over 40 yards.
All right. How about the weather conditions, Holt? As a quarterback, you a little nervous? We talked to Bailey earlier. Said it was gray and rainy. We just saw pictures Pirate Radio posted. Jenny and Chandler doing a great job up there. But, man, it looks gray. It looks wet. Worried about the offense at all with these conditions?
Yeah, it is wet. It's not pouring, though. And as a quarterback, the equipment guys are going to do a really good job. Steve, the guy with the CR head equipment guy, does a really good job of rotating balls in. So that doesn't worry me as much. It's more about ball security when running the ball than it is the passing game. I think the passing game will be fine. They'll rotate them out, and I think we'll be fine.
Yeah, the tough thing too with the playing on turf and it being a little bit wet is the footwear choice. So maybe some guys may make some decisions kind of after their first series out to adjust the footwear.
Yeah, that is something to keep an eye on, and that's something. It's kind of the game has changed a little bit over the years. It used to not be a thing early in my career, and then later in the career, Adidas would come out with some cleats that were better in the rain and such like that. So yeah, I think that will be a factor into it. Guys don't need to be thinking about it too much, though. It just needs to kind of happen naturally. If they need another pair of cleats, they'll rotate them in. So we'll see.
Holton, you got some teammates playing in this game, and I went back and we heard your chat with Sarad Ware and Chad Stevens on the Best of Pirate Radio, and you were calling Chad an old head, right? You said he was a 6-year guy, I believe. So you got Rajay, you got Deontay, Elijah Morris, like a lot of guys that have been around here a long time, a lot of guys that were in that loss to NC State that want to get revenge. So how do you like the Pirate side today with the upperclassmen in this game?
Yeah, they got experience. There isn't many Pirate teams in the past who had bowl experience. Even when we played in the Military Bowl or the Birmingham Bowl, we didn't have experience playing in a bowl game, whereas these guys do. They're the first class to really do that in a while, so they can prepare the other guys for it. I think we'll be ready to go. I really do. The fans are here. Pretty exciting out here, so it's going to be a good one.
All right, but most important, and Clip asked Big Tay earlier if he knew what the swag. Have you heard what the swag bags are for the players? I mean, that's always an interesting thing to me.
I saw the clean white clean white jumpsuits that they got. Other than that, I know that you get gifts and stuff like that. I haven't seen any of it yet, though, but I'd imagine it's pretty good because that always is during bowl games.
What'd you get in Birmingham?
Birmingham, I got a sound bar, some Oakleys. I think like $600 as well. I think Coach Houston I don't know if it was legal or not, but he paid the players back then Christmas presents.
All right, we just broke some news there.
Hey, there you go. Cat's out of the bag now, Holt.
Well, they can't fire.
Holton Naylor's joining us. Holton, it sounds like the Pirate fan will have more ECU fans than State fans, at least seeing videos and talking to people today. Do you feel that's the case?
I think so, Clip. And from everything we've seen, that's what we've seen so far. So we'll have to see when we get in the stadium, but I'm pretty amped about it.
Holt, we'll let you get back to tailgating.
Yeah, sounds like you got a good time going on around you. No need to ruin it with us.
Caden Norman is standing right next to me. He just smashed a beer in his face. He would love to talk to you, though.
Oh, yeah, let's talk to Caden.
Absolutely.
What's up, Clipper?
Caden, how you doing, buddy?
We're doing great. Let me tell you, I'm going to give the Military Bowl a shout-out. This might be the best tailgate ever. I was on an Amtrak shooting it. If anyone saw missiles over Maryland, it wasn't a drone. It was me shooting the Amtrak.
Shooting the Amtrak.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
The Marine Corps Amtrak. It wasn't any drones in Maryland today. It was me shooting the Amtrak.
Fair enough.
Sounds like a good time.
You got any bets on this game, Caden?
So what I'm doing today is I did an alternative line, ECU plus 17, and Colorado minus 3. It's plus 134 when I placed it. I think it's a great bet today.
All right, there it is, the Caden Norman pick of the day. Caden, y'all have fun up there, man. Get us a win, and we'll talk to you during the fifth quarter.
Hey, we'll do it. I'll talk to you later.
Later. There is Caden Norman, Holton Naylor's joining us.
Now, is there a line on whether or not you'll actually talk to Caden in the fifth quarter? He may fit right in. I mean, it may be perfect.
Yeah, that was fun.
He sounds like he's about fifth quarter ready.
He was shooting missiles.
I didn't understand
I don't
that.
either. I think it's something you would literally have to be there to get a feel for what he's talking about exactly.
I think he knew what he was talking about.
But he wanted to assure everybody there were no drones.
I even got him to repeat it, thinking maybe I'd get it the second time around, and I just didn't. I
actually thought, is this a betting term? I'm shooting the Amtrak.
Shooting. Yeah, I don't know if anybody knows what he was. You know what? I don't really care.
Yeah.
But glad that they're having a good time up there in Annapolis, getting ready for the Military Bowl. We got a kickoff in Denver and Cincinnati, big one in the NFL. When does Colorado play?
7:30.
Yeah,
that's tonight.
But we are about to get a kickoff in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl.
Nice.
With Tom Brenneman.
Tom Brenneman on the call?
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, wouldn't you rather hear if Snoop Dogg's bowl? I'd rather hear Snoop Dogg on the call.
Give me both though.
He's got to be. You want Snoop
that would
with?
Be probably like comparable to a Gus Johnson call, but for the entire football game.
What if Tom Brenneman shows up on like Snoop's next track, dropping some slurs?
But look, Snoop's bowl needs to be played in Colorado and have some affiliation with the marijuana industry.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that would make too much sense, right?
Too much.
All right. Glenn has sent me something. Oh, okay. All right. Caden Norman is on a tank, and that is him shooting the Amtrak.
Okay.
Thank you, Glenn, for helping me out with that.
Clarification there.
Oh, my goodness. Caden Norman is literally on the tank. He's should we let him on the tank?
I don't know. He's in the tank. I don't know if he needs to be on the tank, but
wow. Yeah, it could.
I guess there's no BAC test. As
I was
going
to say
to driving a tank. I guess if you're,
I don't know.
They'll
get you on a boat.
All right, that was a fun segment.
That was
with the fellas.
Well, the boys have. I did want to ask, but I didn't want to intrude. What do you guess they're up? What do you? If you were just guessing, they're up $1,000 up because they said
their mood sounds like $1,000 plus. Like it feels like
I think it's. If I was setting the over under, I would think it's over $1,000.
Yeah.
You saw the parlay I sent you last night, right?
No.
Tony and Chandler.
No.
It's a good one. Rajay Harris and Anthony Smith, both 2+ touchdowns, 5 to win 225.
Good grief. Okay, it's a lot of touchdowns.
I think it's going to be a lot of points.
All right. You still like the over despite the elements?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it was pouring rain in Georgia Tech Vandy, and it's 35-27.
Shirley, can you call Chandler? Can we do a 2-minute spot with Chandler here? Can you call him real quick before we take a break? See if we can get
Coach
Chandler on.
Hud is already asking me when I'm calling him. So.
Well, dude, 4:45.
I know. That's what I told him.
Oh, I was supposed to remind him. I'm going to send him a reminder right now.
Well, I just texted him and I said, yes, sir. I was like, we're supposed to be. He's like, oh, wait, he just.
All right. I'm going to say calling you in a few. Call, try to get Chandler.
Wait, I have to tell you what he just texted me. Oh, my God. He put cool, tell nut job clip, thanks for the reminder.
He is so extra, as the kids say.
Well, coaches typically like to be prompt. I mean, we've had that challenge in our relationship over the years where I'm like, is it going to be at 4? Because if it's at 4, I'm typically going to try to be on at like 3:55.
Right.
And then I'm on hold until 4:10. And by the time you bring me on, I'm like, I mean, what are we doing?
I hear you.
So maybe it's just a coaching trait.
Sorry, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys you got your schedules and regimented. I understand.
Well, it takes no talent to be on time.
Takes no talent to be on time. Okay. I like that.
Yeah. So I'll remind you of that next time I'm on hold for 15 minutes.
I'm sure he will.
Of course, now during in season, I tend to be the one, like Shirley will call and, hey, you got a minute for good? And I'll have to let it go through the voicemail because I'm in the middle of trying to finish something up before I jump on. So, it ebbs and flows. Actually, the standard is set by you. If I'm like, well, if he's not worried about my time, I'm not going to worry about his. I'll get on as soon as I can.
I was unable to reach the Chan man.
Well, let's take a break.
He may be with Caden.
So we can call Coach Hood, and everybody will be on time. All right, we'll be back with you hour 4 of the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Greg Hudson, another Ehlers, Morgan Ehlers, and Brian North joining us in that final hour. And we'll have a check-in with the Chan man as well. More to go. Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back after this. Do you ever talk to yourself about where to eat today, and then you hear
Warren's Hot Dogs?
Then you're thinking, yeah, 2 hot dogs, chips, and a drink for $7.50 would be awesome.
Warren's Hot Dogs.
And maybe some homemade lemonade, perhaps a pizza or a sub, and definitely an apple or peach turnover.
Warren's Hot Dogs.
Don't overthink where to eat today. Go to Warren's Hot Dogs in Greenville across from Ron Ayers or in Chocowinity next to the fire station. Warren's Hot Dogs, serving the Pirate Nation since 1991. Go Pirates!
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Take a hit from a 300-pound linebacker, and you better be wearing pads. Take a hit on the road, and you better have good auto coverage. When you've got North Carolina Farm Bureau Auto Insurance, you've got the best local agents ready to help you bounce back. If you don't, well, you'll probably play football without a helmet, too.
This is proud ECU graduate and former baseball player Brandon Manning. Give me a call today, and let's talk about your insurance coverage and about the Pirates. Call 531-1812 and go Pirates.
Here at the Holistic Company, we know that life throws you its fair share of curveballs, like passing that drug test. Congrats. Now you can finally relax, kick back, and, well, light one up. You've earned it. And whether you've had one of those weeks, or maybe your mother-in-law's in town and you're one passive-aggressive comment away from needing a vacation, if this sounds like you, then come visit our team here at the Holistic Company to help you find the perfect products to ease your stress and promote relaxation. Order our products online at theholisticco.com or visit us at 5th and Evans in Greenville or at one of our other 2 locations in Fremont or Smithfield. The Holistic Company.
Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry has been Greenville's premier dental practice for over 40 years. I am Dr. Chris Gateway, and our mission at Michaels & Gateway is to provide exceptional dental care with compassion, integrity, and innovation, ensuring every patient leaves with a healthy, confident smile. Doctors Michaels & Gateway are committed to providing an outstanding patient experience with every visit. Not only do we offer all your dental needs under one roof, in most cases, we can take care of those needs on the same day. Bring your smile to us at Michaels & Gateway Cosmetic and Family Dentistry.
This is Aaron Williams with New Blue Service Group. Our technicians stand ready to face any challenge that time or the elements may throw at your home. Your home deserves the best, and New Blue is here to help with all of your plumbing, electrical, and HVAC needs. Facing electrical issues due to the elements? We're on it. Plumbing concerns or emergencies? We're ready to fix it. HVAC struggling to keep up? We'll bring the climate back under control. So go to callnublue.com today. Go Pirates.
Here's a hint. At U.S. Cellular, you can get 4 free phones and 4 lines for $90 a month, so you can give your family the gift of connection.
How about the gift of good-smelling soap?
They buy their own soap. They want 4 free phones.
Maybe I'll get
4 free phones.
4 free phones.
Get 4 free phones and 4 lines for $90 a month. U.S. Cellular. Built for us. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
It's bow time. 'Tis the season for food and family, but thanks to Bojangles, you don't have to spend hours in the kitchen when loved ones come home for the holidays. Set down the spatula and put away the mixing bowls, because this holiday season, Bojangles is ready to help you celebrate with all your family favorites like Chicken Supreme, Cajun Filet Biscuits, or a big bow box of hand-breaded chicken, scratch-made biscuits, and fixins for the whole family. We'll make the food so you can focus on making memories. Head to Bojangles and gift yourself a taste of home. It's bow time.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 at 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Stevens Sausage is a family-owned business that has been serving Eastern North Carolina with high-quality meat products since 1948. While they may be divided on whether to root for the Pirates or the Pack, what Stevens Sausage has always agreed on is serving the finest pork products such as country hams, hot dogs, sausage products, and chitlins. Stop by your local Walmart, Piggly Wiggly, or Food Lion today to find all of their great products. For more information or to order online, visit stevens-sausage.com. Stevens Sausage, bringing people together one bite at a time. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
All right, and you still have time to get into our Stevens Sausage giveaway contest. We are giving away a giant variety pack. All you have to do is correctly or be the closest to the total points in this Military Bowl, East Carolina and NC State. Put it in the YouTube chat with your first and last name, and we already have a lot of entries in, 20 plus now, so get in with your score, and you can win an awesome giveaway from Stevens Sausage. You got the Mully Man here, you got J-Bone, got Shirley Rhodes, and joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line, just when I said we would call him, and I gave him a heads up, so Greg Hudson's got to be happy with me and in a good mood. Hey, Coach Hud.
Hey, what's up? I didn't expect to hear about Stevens Sausage. I thought that was a little personal, but I'm sitting here with my mom, and all I hear is something about Stevens Sausage, and she's like, what the hell? And then we knew it was a Southern radio station when they advertised chitlins, so it was pretty cool.
Yes, sir. That is that's what we're about here. You a link or a patty guy, Hud?
Patty.
Okay. What does that say about him, Mully? Does it, like, if I'm a link guy, he's a patty guy. What does that mean?
It says he's not from the South.
Oh, okay. Is that what that is?
I mean, be my take anyway.
All right.
And I'm more of a patty guy. I'm in line with that.
Okay. Well, you're
not exactly from Nova Scotia.
Well, and listen, I'm not from Eastern North Carolina. I think it's more of a thing in Eastern North Carolina. I'm from Charlotte.
Yeah.
So, but
you're a city boy.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe the patties are a little more manageable. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know.
Hud, I want to. We'll get to ECU, NC State, but first of all, talk about this with Macro. So Notre Dame hammers Indiana. At the night they won, they were favorites over Georgia by a point. Now it's Georgia -2, but either way, that's a pretty tight spread for that playoff game coming up on a Wednesday. So how you feeling about your Golden Domers there after the win, and they got the Bulldogs up next?
Good, because I thought they played well, and it was pretty cool to see it there on campus, being the first game out of the gate with the playoffs and the atmosphere. I had talked to Freeman. He said, are you coming up for the game? I said, dude, I don't get paid to stand in crappy weather anymore, so I'm not going to get near that cold now that I am down in the South more. But they played well. I can see where the swing and the points were on the line with losing that defensive tackle maybe, who was one of their staples of the defense up front. That could be an issue for them, because Georgia's line, even though they haven't had the seasons in the past with their offensive line play, they're still big and physical, and they'll try to maul you. So and then you got to go there, which is never an easy situation. And they're still Georgia, so you know, to be the man, you got to beat the man.
Jamie reminds us on YouTube it was only a 10-point game. Jamie, come on, man.
Dude, that's when they emptied the bench so everybody could say they played in the first game.
They had Rudy's nephew in there playing.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, he was playing.
HUD's grandson got in for a snap. I mean, come on. Come on.
It was a morale game. That was all for morale because nobody was going home for Christmas, so they were staying there practicing. So
there you go.
Had to keep everybody happy.
Greg Hudson joining us. That was cool, Mully. We talked about kind of the blowouts and everything, but the campus sites for the playoff, that was awesome.
Great. I thought it was great. It was something that college football desperately needed, in my opinion. And, you know, obviously to have those sites on campuses as opposed to in pro stadiums where they, you know, sometimes don't fill them half up, that was pretty special.
Moving forward, Hud, how about the rematch between Oregon and Ohio State? Who do you like the second time around?
You know what? I'm going to go with the Buckeyes. I think they showed their true colors with the way they bounced back from losing to the team up north, and they've, you know, when they're throwing the ball and catching it with those freakazoids outside, they are really special. So I think they got a different mindset, and they're on a mission a little bit, and it's, you know, it's always tough to get somebody a second time. So I'm going to stick with being born in Ohio. I'm going to stick with the Buckeyes.
And can one of these, man, I can't believe they're their teams win, Boise State and Arizona State?
No.
Oh, yeah, HUD never picks an underdog or a group of five team. Yeah.
Change. You watch. The voting is going to change because I'm going with the conspiracy theory that they set it up to be a problem this year, that they were going to give teams that they know didn't have a strong schedule, if they stayed undefeated and were getting to 8-0, 9-0, 10-0, they were going to keep them up in the rankings because now they have an excuse to say, it doesn't matter if you're 8-0, if your strength of schedule isn't good enough, you know, and you're not beating anybody. So I could see that adjustment being where the teams, they may be undefeated, you know, they're still, their strength of schedule is 82nd, you know, they're not going to be as high ranked in that famous rank that everybody debates in the second half of the season.
This is the first time I've looked at the lines on these games. So the teams with the buys, Boise State and Arizona State, are both 12-point dogs. Arizona State's actually 12.5. Now, Texas is good. It kind of makes sense. But Penn State, 12-point favorites over Boise State, Molly.
That would be the one. I think that, you know, we've accused Penn State all year of being frauds, and you kind of wait on that to show up. They played pretty well last time out, but, you know, and listen, that environment at Boise's got a chance to be different, and it's going to be a different.
Well, the environment will be a Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah, and the travel challenges will play in. So I think that line to me seems a little aggressive, but it is a big fish in a small bowl or small pond kind of deal as it relates to Boise, and Penn State is a perennial, you know, power.
Yeah, getting them away from Happy Valley, I think that can certainly be a game. Greg Hudson joining us. HUD, how about this Military Bowl? East Carolina and NC State, and again, HUD's not from Eastern North Carolina, but how long did it take you to hate NC State when you got here, Coach HUD?
I don't like the hate word, you know. I'm big in respecting the rivals, you know, and I don't get into the hate term like everybody likes to use. I got nothing against them, but I know it's an important game for the Pirates. That's how I look at it. Just how important it is for, I can say us, because I'm a contributor as an outside the state tuition giver to the university for Kayla's education. So I feel like I'm a little deeper in being a Pirate, and I know the importance, and worrying about us is the most important thing, and playing well. So I'm all fired up for them, and I hope they really come out and show what they did in bowl prep and get that extra spring ball in for next year.
HUD, I was at the game where ECU beat NC State 2006, Chuck Amato's last game. I guess not about the game, but what kind of dude was Chuck Amato? Was he like larger than life the way he appeared?
Chucky the Test was beautiful. He was awesome, man. It was his vision of everything, and he was fun to be around. I like Coach Amato. You know, he was he was an OG in that 4-3 defense with Florida State. I mean, they were good for a long time, and he coached a lot of great players that had great NFL careers. And, he was part of making that famous, Florida State, Miami 4-3 defense is really vicious. And I was able to converse with him a few times in my career, and I had nothing but respect for him.
Yeah, I know Holtz wasn't a purple shoes guy, but you should have. We need a purple shoes football coach, Molly. But
I can't get behind that.
Hud, why didn't you go purple shoes for a game?
I'm not that big of a Prince fan.
Oh man, okay. Prince is great.
No, I'd wear it for Prince. Absolutely. Purple is Prince. Prince got his own color. I mean, man.
Hey, Hud, we've asked everybody that's been involved in bowls to this point best swag pack, or actually we've talked to the players about what kind of swag pack they expect to get, and we obviously saw the white sweats that or the white suits that East Carolina was gifted. What's the best swag pack you've had either as a player or a coach in the bowl games you've been involved in?
They flew me to Hawaii and put me up for free. That's the greatest bowl swag pack in the history of bowls. On the beach, you can take all the rings, watches, and bags and sweats. That was the best I ever got. But I like the stuff that lasts longer than a couple years. The clothes and all that stuff goes away. To me, the pack, the plaques, maybe the bowl helmet that you wore, the rings, the watches, those are really important because you can keep those for a lifetime and pass them on to your kids. So I've got some really, really cool rings and watches that I was really happy to earn. And then when my kids want to wear them, it's even funner.
Might have to do another Greg Hudson show and tell. He brought his Florida State rings in one time. It's pretty cool.
That stuff's always cool.
Yeah. All right, Hud. Where are you at currently?
I'm in Cincinnati. My mom's in town from Florida, so I came to Cincinnati while the rest of the Hudson Nation went out to California. Then they drove over to Vegas to see that the Fighting Kayla Hudson get beat by USC at the buzzer.
Yeah.
Final Pirate, and she was pissed. But they're coming back on the 2nd, so I get to see my mom and my brother and sister and all the crazy Moeller guys. And went to the Jerry Faust Celebration of Life last Friday, which was really special. A coach that I was able to be around as a young kid, and he'd helped develop Moeller high school football and made it a national name, and went on to Notre Dame. So that was neat to see so many people from my past that made an impression on me. But one last thing, I don't think those spreads are off base. I think, first of all, they're going to be happy to get out of Happy Valley because it's going to be nice and warm in Arizona for that game. And they could put it on them.
All right. There you go. Greg Hudson joining us. Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. Hud, we'll see you in the new year, man. Have a happy new year. Talk to you in 2025.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Happy New Year.
Thank you, man.
Same to you, bud.
There it is.
That's funny. And I should have known that. When you said that was going to be a Fiesta Bowl environment, I still, in my mind, had these were campus sites.
Yeah. That's the only thing I hate. We didn't get a blue turf playoff game.
Yeah, I still had in my mind that these were going to be campus sites, which, I mean, is there an argument there that they should be campus sites?
I don't hate that.
I don't
round
either.
two. And then do the semis in the big bowl.
And I'm going to tell you, it's a very, very different football game if that thing's played in Idaho.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
Or Happy Valley.
Right, but Idaho's a different level of cold. I mean, it's just different. And that's why I alluded to the travel challenges. Just getting in there would be, could be difficult. But, yeah, I didn't even pick up. I for some reason in my mind, had that they were campus sites the rest of the way.
Was the Fiesta Bowl the one that Boise beat Oklahoma in all those years ago?
Yes.
I want to say it was.
On the Statue of Liberty?
Yes.
And then the proposal by, what was it, Ian Johnson after the game? Wasn't that his name?
Good recall there, Mike Mullis. All right, let's take a break. When we return, Morgan Ehlers will join us. Morgan is doing PA for today's game, not in the stadium, but at Tiebreakers. So we'll talk to Morgan about that and his fifth quarter hosting duties. More to go. Did Chan call in?
He did. He is down on the field, so he told me to give him a heads up when we were planning on calling him, and he'll try to make sure to have his phone in his hand.
All right, let's try to do that next segment as well.
Okay.
We got more to go as we're taking you up to 5:45. It is 5 o'clock here in the Pirate Radio studios, and the Bud Light pregame tailgate will roll on after this.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Craving a delicious burger and a great deal? Then head on over to Bad Daddy's Burger Bar in Greenville. Every Monday, shake things up with $5 hand-shaking cocktails. On Rough Draft Tuesday, enjoy talls for smalls, where bigger drinks are the same price as the smalls. It's Whiny Wednesday with $3 pours of barefoot wine. Then on Salty Thursdays, sip on a $4 house margarita. And don't miss Bloody Sunday. Enjoy brunch and $5 house Bloody Marys. Bad Daddy's Burger Bar. Great food, amazing deals, and a whole lot of flavor. See you this week in Greenville.
This is Trey Hayes with Advanced Moving and Storage. Advanced Moving and Storage is here to help you have the best move ever. Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small, whether you're local, in-state, or out-of-state. Our courteous and experienced personnel is ready to help. Call Advanced Moving and Storage today at 252-321-3200. If you want to remove stress from your next move, use the moving company the Pirates use. Advanced Moving and Storage.
Hi Pirates, this is Holden Ahlers. As I enter in a new season of life, it is still important to have a great team behind me. Whether you're going away to school for the first time, getting married, starting a family, or planning for your golden years, the choices can seem overwhelming and confusing. Let the team at Buck Insurance Agency make it easy as you enter into your next season. They have been helping people just like us for over 30 years. Give the Buck Insurance Agency a call today at 877-357-1966. Go Pirates.
Are you ready for some outdoor fun? Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is your complete source for recreation and marine sales and service. With a full selection of ATVs, side-by-sides, motorcycles, slingshots, watercraft, pontoons, and boats, Big Rock Power Sports and Marine is sure to have what you're looking for in everyday adventure. With 5 locations in North Carolina, Rocky Mount, Lake Gaston, New Bern, Elizabeth City, and of course, Greenville. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram or online at BigRockPowersports.com. Big Rock Power Sports and Marine. Choose your adventure.
If you're in the market for a swimming pool and you're located from the capital to the coast, Elite Pools can make it happen for you. They are the Carolina's premier fiberglass and concrete pool builder and renovation contractor. Every pool is built with the highest quality products and on schedule. Visit the Elite Pool showroom located across from Agri Supply in Greenville with fiberglass pools on site and a design center to simplify all of your pool selections. They also have a full service department with pool supplies and they provide expert water analysis. Call Elite Pools today at 689-6557 or visit elitepoolsnc.com. For pools, think Elite Pools.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in Eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio Scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, in the New Mexico Bowl, it is just under 10 minutes left to go in the game. TCU has a 34-3 lead over Louisiana. In the Pop-Tarts Bowl, this one has actually turned into a wildly entertaining game. It is tied at 28 apiece between Miami and Iowa State with about 4.5 minutes to go in the first half. In the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl, Colorado State has a early 3-0 lead over Miami of Ohio. And the Broncos and the Bengals have kicked off, and they are just about to end the first quarter, and Bengals are trailing the Broncos by a score of 3-0. The Chargers clinch a wild card spot earlier today by beating the Patriots 40-7. That is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by the Buck. Do you have New Year's Eve plans yet? If not, the Bucks has got you covered with the biggest party in Pirate Nation to ring in the new year. It gets started at 8 o'clock with performances by Mikkel Buck along with Fox and Veed. They also have champagne toast. DJ Kid Sing will keep the party going all night. You can get your tickets in advance for $20 or $30 at the door on the night of the event, and you might want to hurry because the biggest party of the year will sell out soon. We'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Awesome job by Jenny and Chandler. up in Annapolis. Got video of Blake Carroll taking the field. Kind of a hazy, overcast, ugly gray setting up there, Mully.
Yeah, I just saw it.
Rajay taking the field one final time as a Pirate. A little bittersweet there, but hoping he can find the end zone today. Thanks to King Mackerel. What's up, my guy? King Mackerels and Beach Tavern for their Military Bowl coverage, and Steven Sausage as well. Got our big Steven Sausage giveaway coming up. Greg Hudson chiming in. Boise and Arizona State are going to have a drug problem. You know what that means?
They're
Molly?
going to get drugged.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. You know what? Listen to the Buck ad. You know, doesn't it seem like instead of champagne, that like you would do like tequila toast at midnight midnight.
Let's ask Jared. He's been there a few times.
Doesn't that seem more appropriate?
Every night is a few times. But no tequila, please God. No.
But champagne at the Buck?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Class up the joint.
Okay.
I am never been a fan of champagne.
Well.
It is just they say like beer is an acquired taste. I guess champagne would be the same way. I've never been a fan of
Got
that.
nothing for you.
Yeah.
I got nothing for you. You're not a fan of the bubblies, huh?
No.
The bubbly.
A little bit of the bubbly.
All right, let's head out to the Big Rock Power Sports Live line, and we do a Q&A with Morgan Ehlers. I got a question for Morgan. Morgan, are you a Link sausage or a patty sausage fan?
Link.
But, okay, no hesitation.
No, yeah.
Morgan's a man that knows
You know
what he
what?
likes.
I think I could have answered that before you got on for him.
You think so?
I just absolutely.
You look at Morgan, you say Link sausage?
That's exactly what I think of every time I see him. They have fantastic Link sausage at CD's, though. I will say, yeah. So I can see that.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. How about you guys?
I'm doing good. You getting ready to roll with tiebreakers?
Yeah, man. The crowd's building up here. All the tables are filling up fast, so should be a fun night. Just going to sit there, run my mouth a little bit, enjoy the game, hopefully talk about a win, and then head over you guys and do the fifth quarter.
So we got the Mully Man doing the Bud Light pregame tailgate experience, and we're going to have Morg doing the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter. What do you think about that, Mully?
I tell you what, they had to go deep, didn't they, Morg? They brought in the old guns. They knew who the reliable folks would be.
Yeah, in other words, they knew who wasn't going to be out of town enjoying the game in person. So, they went through 5 or 6 people before they called me and said, please.
Yeah, I will have to tell you, I said I would prefer to do the early shift as opposed to the late shift, because I plan to come join you, buddy, and enjoy the game.
Well, come on.
And we'll have Morgan after he wraps up. He'll join us on the fifth quarter, but hey, that'll be fun. Morgan's he's tuned in a time or two, and hey, a lot of people have called in and talked about Morgan over the years on the fifth quarter. So now he can talk directly to those people. The question is, Morgan, will we be celebrating or upset after this one? What do you think about the Pack and the Pirates getting ready to go here in about 40 minutes?
I think when you're looking at it, I think NC State, I think they've lost 11 or 12 to the portal, but really only one major contributor in R.C. Concepcion, the running back and wideout that they've got. East Carolina, on the other hand, lost some major cogs on that defensive side of the ball, and Winston Wright's not going to be playing. You lost Chase Sowell, so I think those are going to be some key factors to really watch, especially early. Will NC State be able to move the football against East Carolina? And hopefully Coach Harold and his defensive guys have put a game plan together that's going to stop the Wolfpack.
Yeah, and we're looking at subtractions from each side here, and East Carolina has had some on the defensive side, but Hauser's playing, Rajay's playing, and Marlon Gunn, Montgomery, Anthony Smith, Yannick Smith are tight ends. Like, I do like what we have offensively in this game, Morgan, and I thought when I first saw it, hey, just take the over, have fun. We're going to have a little shootout fireworks. Now the weather a factor there, but we talked to Holton earlier, and he said, hey, it's not a downpour, and they'll do a good job with getting new dry balls in there, so it shouldn't be much of a factor as long as it's not a downpour during the game. So how do you feel about our offense in this one coming up?
Offensively, I think we're going to be just fine. I think we'll do what we've been doing for the last 5 or 6, 7 weeks and move the football. Again, I think the big question mark coming into it is what can we rebound and how can we replace some of the guys that have left on the defensive side of the ball, and those in particular Zakai Barker, who in my opinion, was really the main cog in that centerpiece of that defensive unit. And he's not playing today. You saw, I think we played North Texas where he had to sit out the first half, and what a difference he made when he came in the second half. But same time, East Carolina's had 3 weeks to prepare and to get some other guys ready to go. And, the coaching staff's been really doing that, and hopefully it's going to be fun.
Morgan Ayler's joining us, about to be rocking and rolling at Tiebreakers, Molly.
Did you get my text, Morgan? That was critical. You'll be getting a text from me shortly if you haven't received it already.
All right, hold on. I can't look at it now because I can't.
No, I get it. It's tough. That walking and chewing gum thing.
You want to share with the class?
No, I don't. He'll get it. If I wanted you to have it, I would have sent you the text.
Oh, by the way, I did the little last time we had Mully on Pirate Radio Live. I asked him a question off air, and I turned off the mics. That question was, are you going to be joining us on the fifth quarter?
Yeah.
And you gave us a possibly no, maybe no. Yeah. But anyway, there's that, folks. So maybe Mully will say his text to Morgan.
No, I probably won't.
All right. Well, he'll read it later tonight. All right, Morg. Ohio State, Oregon. Who you got in the rematch?
And what's that? I'm sorry, I missed you. I missed that question.
Ohio State, Oregon.
I was reading a text message.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, buddy.
What is this? Ohio State, Oregon. Who you got?
There's already one reserved. Of course, KP won't be there, but she'll have a table. I think JB's will be here at 6. So.
Who do you think you are?
Thank you, buddy.
You're getting...
I mean, it's okay.
I thought your table was...
Who you got?
No, wait. Let's talk about this. This is more important to the listeners. I thought your table is always reserved at tiebreakers.
I'm not that high in the pecking order. We have to have certain folks can pull that trigger.
When I go there and that table's empty, but I'm meeting you, I just go sit there thinking it's the Mully table.
Well, and if it's empty, it is. Like, that's where we'll ultimately congregate.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm done. I'm out of questions.
Well, can we get the answer to the question that you asked him?
Ohio State, Oregon. Who you got, Morgan?
Ohio State.
All right. There you go.
Well, okay. That was a lot less eventful than I thought. I thought we'd get some kind of pontification and explanation of why, but no, okay.
Morgan,
I think you look at Ohio State, they'll have more points than Oregon.
There you go. And spend more money, and so that all adds up.
Set it up one more time. What you going to be doing at Tiebreakers today?
We're going to be playing music when there are timeouts and commercial breaks, and we'll just turn down the sound, turn on the play some music, and do some first down Pirates. When they get a first down, score a touchdown, might do an ARG, and on third downs, they might even hear a foghorn or two.
Hey, we got any food specials or anything? I know I'd seen that advertised. Have you been let in on that?
They were supposed to write it down for me when I start because I do not know what it is. Prior to coming on the radio here, I was indulging in some cheese sticks and some fried pickles.
Oh, boy. Sounds like a good time.
Nice.
I would have liked to have eaten here, but nobody got me anything. But anyway, I'll make up for it when I get there.
Really?
Yeah, I know.
I got a text last night about what I wanted on the fifth.
I know. It's tough. Anyway, Morg, we'll see you shortly, buddy.
A lot of texting going on. See you, Morg.
All right, you guys have a great one. See you after the game.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to it. There is Morgan Ayler's joining us. We've got another entry, J-Bone. Jason BROGGI says 65 points, and he's got it. If you want to get in our Steven Sausage giveaway, how many points will be scored in the Military Bowl? Give me your first and last name on YouTube. Type it in, and you will be entered into our contest. We'll announce it on the fifth quarter, so make sure you are tuned in. We'll have your first and last name, and we'll contact you, and you'll win an awesome prize. All right. Speaking of Steven Sausage, who is providing our Military Bowl coverage, along with King Mackerels and Beach Tavern, the Chan Man is joining us on the Big Rock Power Sports Live line. What's up, Chandler?
What's up, Clipper? How you guys doing? And how's your co-host doing?
My co-host
you can ask me. I've got headphones on. I'm doing good, Chan. Thanks.
Why don't you text them?
Or are you asking how I'm doing as a co-host? Is that what you're getting?
Yeah, let me answer that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
He's actually doing a hell of a job.
Awesome,
and I don't know if I do know I would not be having as well of a show, as good of a show, without Mike Mullis today.
There you go.
Well, look, that's the thing about Mully. Whenever you need him, he's always there for you. He's just a great friend.
Thank you, buddy. I'm telling you, man.
I told him we appreciated the text we got from him when my Commanders beat the Eagles and your Panthers beat whoever the hell you beat, Cardinals.
Dude, I had a big old smile on my face. One, because the Panthers won, and two, I get a text, and I look down and it says, Sean! and I loved it. It made me feel great. It made me feel that Mike Mullis was thinking about me when the Panthers won.
Absolutely. I mean, I think about you when the Panthers lose too, but I just choose to kind of keep that to myself. So listen, I like to see you guys happy. I've gotten to experience that for years of my fandom as a Packers fan. So I like to share some of that joy, especially here at the season of giving.
There's always a catch with Mully, though. I think he wants to see us happy so we can get high, and then the crash.
That's not true.
He can enjoy the crash.
I don't enjoy your crashes. Mm-hmm. You're just manic.
Chandler, were you with me, beside me, on the Bud Light pregame tailgate for ECU App State in Charlotte?
Yes, I was doing video production at the time, yes.
Do you remember I had that, man, I wish I was there? I think I remember talking to you about this. Like, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do.
I have not had that feeling again until last night when I saw all the purple gold and the Pirate fans and everybody hooping and hollering up there in Annapolis. That, man, I wish I was there. It looked like a blast leading up to this Military Bowl.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, a lot of Pirate fans, and we heard about this a couple of years ago when the game was canceled, when we were set to face Boston College. A lot of Pirate fans stayed even though the bowl game was canceled, and they had a great time with the bar crawl or the pub crawl. And Stan and Joe's was a place last night full of Pirate fans, and some celebrities were there. Holt Nailers was there. Former ECU offensive lineman Sean Bailey showed up. Even Name Redacted showed up, and we all had a great time. So they're very excited. They were excited last night, and they're excited right now as they're starting to fill the stands. Pirates are actually huddling up right now. Looks like they're about to go back into the locker room.
All right, Chad, let me ask you this. I know Clip and he's mentioned this repeatedly, that he is suffering from FOMO and literally had to take medicine for FOMO before we started. But with the weather being as it is, would he still have FOMO were he there? Or is it?
Am I better indoors?
Is it raw enough to where it makes you go, you know what? Maybe sitting in the climate control isn't a bad thing.
Well, yeah, I will say this. I don't blame him for having FOMO for last night, but having FOMO for today might be different because it is wet. It is cold. Right now, there is no rain, and this is the first time all day that it has not rained. So hopefully it stays like that for a good part of the game. But no, it is cold and rainy. But it looks like a lot of the Pirates have sleeves on. Some of them don't. Some of them have no sleeves, no leggings on. And look, it's cold and rainy, and I was wondering if that would affect the Pirate crowd that came up. Would they just stay at a bar or maybe, stay at a tailgate and stay warm? No, it's 30 minutes till kickoff, and our side of the field, our stadium, or on the side of the stadium where the Pirate fans are, is already getting really close to full. So the rain and the cold has not stopped the Pirate fans from having a good time tailgating. We got some video out there on our social media platforms of Jared Plummer and his crew, which is seems like they're at every single Pirate event. But, yeah, it's not stopping the Pirate fans from coming out here and having a good time.
Chandler Honeycutt joining us, Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. Chandler, guess who just smacked Joe Burrow?
Let's see. Who is playing the Bengals today?
The Broncos.
Jaquan McMillan, but it was 1 second too late. The Bengals are driving on the Broncos right now. Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, 3-0 Broncos in that one.
Clip, listen, the question that the people are dying to hear the answer to from Sean.
Did I bring it up earlier in the show?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
hit him with it.
Chandler, I don't know how I want to ask you.
Maybe better phrase to say, have we had any standout food items in your time there in Annapolis?
Let's see. Oh, yes, absolutely. So shout out the West End Sports Bar and Grill. We went there 2 days in a row. We went there yesterday. We went there today. Now, today I had chicken wings. Everywhere I go, I got to get some buffalo wings. I got half buffalo, half lemon pepper, and they were probably about 7.8 out of 10. Yesterday, I got pretzel dogs. Pretzel dogs, yes. The bun for pretzel was a pretzel, and then Nathan's hot dog, chili and cheese. And it was like a queso cheese. And I got two of them, and it comes with two, but I got two of them and a side of fries. Phenomenal.
Well, look, first and foremost, just glad to know that you're eating healthy on your time on the road. The next thing I would be concerned about was the combination of pretzel and hot dog is a winner. Okay, I get that. But condiment-wise, the chili, the cheese, did you add mustard due to the pretzel, or did you add ketchup due to the hot dog, or did you do both or neither?
No, I did chili and cheese, like the menu said. And I asked the lady, I said, what about the pretzel hot dog? She just looked at me and she said, get them. I said, bet. And I got them, and it was phenomenal.
Bet.
Hey, look, if the menu said it had mustard and ketchup on it, or maybe some slaw, that's what I would have got. But the menu said chili and cheese, and I trusted the sweet lady. I forgot her name, but I trusted her, and I trusted her with my life. I ate it, and I loved it. So I don't know who that lady is, but if I ever meet her again, I'm going to thank her.
Are you going to kiss her on the mouth?
No, on the cheek.
Okay, fair enough.
Best hot dog you ever had?
Chad asked, was it the best hot dog you've ever had?
It was the best hot dog I ever had.
Thank you.
Hey, guys, you asked me an earlier clip, guess what? Well, guess what? Guess who I talked to right before I got on the phone with you guys and had the privilege of shaking his hand and talking to him for a little while?
Jeff Blake.
No. Former ECU football coach, Ruffin McNeil. So,
wow.
Is he wearing like one of those shirts that's like half state, half East Carolina?
No, he's not. He's got his state gear on. You know, it's still weird seeing him with the red and white on and on a different sideline. But it's good to see that he made the trip. He's sitting over there on a little stool that they got for him on the sideline.
Well, it ain't a little stool.
So, as you can hear in the background, State fans are going crazy as State runs off the field. So now both teams are done with warm-ups, and we're getting closer and closer to kickoff for the Military Bowl.
All right, John, I got one more question that I'll ask, and then Clipper may have one. But the biggest, and this is kind of for everybody, this is a communal question, but I want John's response. Biggest shot over the bow of East Carolina athletics, the hiring of Ruffin or AMAC in the transfer portal?
The firing of Ruffin or AMAC in the transfer.
You're saying Ruff going to State or AMAC transferring to State.
Right.
Which one was the bigger?
And both of them took recruiting, right? It's not like they just happened by accident. Not like those
I got
guys
my
just,
answer.
It's not like those guys just walked on campus over there and said, hey, we want to come to work here. There was recruiting involved in both of them. Both of them feel like a shot over the bow of East Carolina athletics. So in the commutative opinion, which is the bigger shot over the bow?
Man. I probably have to go with AMAC transferring to State.
Okay.
That's just, look, Ruff was fired. He bounced around college football there for a little while. And I feel like, him and Dave Doran have known each other for a long time. And I think there was something about maybe both their dads kind of went through similar health issues. So I kind of, I get that connection there. But, I'd have to go AMAC. Going to NC State.
I changed my answer the way you described it there, Mully, as you were describing it. So State bringing in Ruff was a bigger, like, hey, screw you.
Yeah, that was
look what we're about to do.
To me was a huge middle finger.
My original response was going to be, I looked at it from a different perspective. Like, what was the biggest kind of FU to ECU from those individuals? And that would have been AMAC because Ruff was fired by. But the State,
it's a pretty big FU by Ruff if we're going on that stater, because how many college programs could he have gone to?
They said FU to him first.
But he could have gone to lots of different places.
F me, FU.
Yeah, right. This is like an Italian dinner here. Hey, you.
Good question. I'll go.
The follow-up to that is this all because we won the 92 Peach Bowl?
I think so.
Is this just revenge hires?
Yeah.
Because of 1992?
Or the game Mac won in basketball.
There you go. The game. I mean, it's the get backs.
All right, Sean Mon.
Hey guys, I appreciate everything you guys are doing back at the studio. Looking forward to the fifth quarter tonight with Morgan Aylers. Usually it's Holton and Caden, but they're here having a great time. So looking forward to that. Me and Jenny have had a great time here, giving you guys the coverage and content. And thank you so much to our bowl coverage sponsors, Beach Tavern, King Mackerels, and of course Stephen Sausage. And you look to whoever wins the prize pack from Stephen Sausage. What a great prize pack that is.
No doubt. We got a lot of entries in. In fact, more coming in. Clint says 29. Tammy, 52. You got all those, J-Bone? Chris Taylor, 46. So there you go. John Decker, 53. All right, Chan, man. Good job up there, bud.
John, go get you a couple pretzel dogs after this game and enjoy yourself.
Bet.
And give that woman a big old kiss on the cheek.
You bet I will. All right, guys. I'll see you guys later.
See you, bub.
All right, there is the Chan Man. Suit. Chandler Honeycutt joining us on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Burrow gets crushed. And Cincinnati does not get in on fourth down. A goal line stand by the Denver Broncos, and the score will remain 3-0 in that one. Let's take a break. We will return and talk to Brian North, get his thoughts on this one and more. Mully about to go the full 4 hours.
The distance.
On the Bud Light pregame.
They say starters don't go 9 anymore. We showed them.
Heck yeah. Back with you, Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
The best burgers around. Everyone loves a thick, juicy, and fresh burger. Tiebreakers does real burgers better than anybody. And don't forget about the cheese sticks, fresh salads, and more. So don't just go to any burger-themed restaurant chain. It's time to break the chain and eat local. Tiebreakers, burgers and sports at its best.
Go Pirates!
This is proud ECU alumni David Price of David Price Construction. As a leading general contracting firm, we specialize in commercial construction and renovation. Whether it's updating your office space, renovating your restaurant, or building a new retail store, our team at David Price Construction is ready to assist. We are committed to delivering quality, value, and customer satisfaction across all of our projects. So give us a call at 919-820-3612 or find us online at DavidPriceConstruction.com. Go Pirates.
Winter is here, but Stroud's Marine in Greenville is still your go-to spot for your boat projects and repairs. Now's the perfect time to get your boat ready for when the warm weather comes. Don't wait till spring. They've got you covered with outboard parts at great prices. Plus, they're running clearance sales on select items, so you can get ready for next season without breaking the bank. Stay up to date with the latest deals, parts, and promotions by following them on social media. Stop by the shop at 865 Rivet Street in Greenville. For more information, head to StroudsMarine.com. Strauds Marine, your best source for salvaged outboard parts.
You know, texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
This is Dr. Hote from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. Our practice has been caring for the athletes at ECU and the residents of Eastern North Carolina for more than 35 years. Whether it's treatment for your sports injury or it's time for that joint replacement, Orthopedics East provides the latest in operative and non-operative orthopedic care. We also offer on-site physical therapy and MRI services, as well as walk-in urgent care on the weekends from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Call us at 757-BONE or visit us online at orthoeast.com. Go Pirates!
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure to have the best and comfortable shoes with a stop at Fleet Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Fleet Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Fleet Feet has the tools and technology to get you in the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us at 207 East Arlington Boulevard in the old Gordon's Golf location. Fleet Feet, we run for you.
This is Talbot Green with Integrity Home Mortgage. Are you ready and pre-approved if the home you want to purchase comes for sale today? This is a very important step when trying to purchase a home in the current market. Integrity Home Mortgage offers a wide variety of loan programs. Our team of Talbot Green, Braxton Green, and Joe M. Weir has over 50 years of experience and is committed to providing you with the superior customer service you deserve.
To get started, call me, Braxton Green, at 526-8260.
Braxton Green, NMLS 222-3878. For informational purposes only, Integrity Home Mortgage Corporation is an equal housing lender, NMLS 208-516.
Washington's favorite place to eat and where all the locals go is down on Main Street. Down on Main Street's new weekly lunch specials are here and only for $8.99. Stop by Monday through Friday and enjoy chicken and pastry, spaghetti, meatloaf, hamburger, steak, and everyone's favorite fried shrimp plate. After work, Down on Main Street is the perfect spot for dinner and drinks with friends. Down on Main Street in historic downtown Washington. Go Pirates!
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show.
Welcome back. Ring in the new year at 2 fantastic beach locations. Join the fun at King Mackerel's in Morehead City starting at 8 o'clock. You can enjoy live music from 2 bands, a champagne toast, and a money drop at midnight to kick off 2025 with a bang. Or if you're ready to party at the beach, head to Beach Tavern for the biggest New Year's bash on the island, featuring the one and only Cooper Greer. But hurry, tickets are almost sold out. For more details, visit King Mackerel's or Beach Tavern on Facebook. Don't miss out. Get your tickets now. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Brock.
All right, Shirley Rhodes, Jared Watkins, and Mike Mullis joining me inside the Pirate Radio studios on a balmy Saturday in Eastern North Carolina. Broke out the shorts today. We go back to the Big Rock Power Sports live line and talk to Brian North, WCTI 12, joining us. North, how you doing, man?
Doing great, Clipper. You a little stuffy there, a little snotty? What's going on?
I had the Christmas crud and kind of on the back end of it, I think. So a combination of Mike Mullis and Shirley's meds have got me through today, and I'm feeling pretty good.
Dr. Feelgood, Shirley Rhodes.
She is the station mother with her medicine cabinet, so came in handy today. Earlier in the show, we talked to Corey Smith from Pack Pride, got our Advanced Moving and Storage opponent preview. And by the way, the team at Advanced Moving and Storage is dedicated to making sure you get everything you need on your next move, no matter how large or small. Greenville, New Bern, Kinston, surrounding areas, they're courteous and experienced personnel ready to help. Call 252-321-3200 and use the movers the Pirates use, Advanced Moving and Storage. And during that preview, Brian, he mentioned a few names that could be potentially not playing for NC State today, although as Mully has said a few times, it seems like the bigger hit would be from the ECU side, especially on the defense. So how concerned are you heading into this game without C.J. Mims, Zakai Barker, and Isaiah Brown-Murray if you're ECU?
And North, let me cut you off before you give your answer there. Corey Smith also just tweeted out, it looks like edge rusher Devon Vaughn, defensive back Brandon Sissy, all starters, offensive tackle Anthony Belton, and offensive guard Tim McKay will not dress for tonight's game. So that just coming from him about 20 minutes ago. So now you have all the information. You can give us your thoughts.
So, yeah, I mean, certainly defensively, it's not good for the Pirates when you're talking about, look, C.J. Bailey's not great. He's still a true freshman. He's learned. He's got some abilities, but he's not a seasoned quarterback yet. But you worry about the run game a little bit. Not that NC State was dynamic running the ball this year, but they do have some abilities there. So you worry a little bit about defensive line, the depth there, and the ability to stop the run somewhat, especially C.J. Bailey. He is a true freshman quarterback. He does tuck and run it quite a bit, and he can be a pretty good open field runner. So defensively, you worry about not having a big linebacker, a big defensive lineman. But overall, look, ECU's got their offensive guys. These bowl games tend to be offensive anyways. And so I like ECU's offense. I give them a little bit of the advantage there with just about everybody playing in today's game. So, look, it's not ideal, but everybody's dealing with these defections or these guys sitting out. So, and with those recent names that NC State's not going to have, I think you're right. That helps even it out a little bit. It's going to be these guys who haven't played all year. They're now forced to play because of portal and opt-outs and how those other guys who have not had much time this season, how they're going to do. I think that's going to be the key to this game.
Line hasn't moved. Still, East Carolina plus 7.5. Total has actually gone up 60.5.
Yeah, the total. I thought the total might be a little bit higher just based on the defensive absences that are going to be in this game.
Yeah, I don't know if the weather was making people worry, but it looks like
probably.
Excuse me.
No, yeah, you're battling, babe. We're almost there.
Yeah, seeing the finish line here. Last game for Rajay, and you always wonder in these games, do new stars emerge? Like I got a feeling London Montgomery could maybe make a play or two here.
He's a guy that makes me nervous that if he plays too well. Because he's had like spurts and signs of being.
Is this an audition game for?
I mean, and listen, you can't help but feel that way in this environment. But in the times that we've seen him, he's been really good. So like you said, I think you get a heavy dose of Rajay tonight. But if you see London Montgomery, man, I hope he plays well. But it's like, hey, man, I hope he's happy being a Pirate.
And then that all depends on his performance. Also depends on what other teams' needs are, and then you get. Those feelers get out there, hey, we need a dynamic running back in these situations. So even if he doesn't perform well, it all is based on what the higher-ups need and then who starts throwing numbers around for people. So, and these guys may already have those numbers out there and are opting to play. And I love that Rajay Harris is going to play. And I think these bowl games are meant for seniors like this who he has some things to prove. If he wants to make money, he needs to play well, and he wants to finish his career strong. And I think he's the guy who could really shine today unless he gets in his own head about this being his last game. But you're right. I expect to see a heavy dose of him, but there's going to have to be a guy to counter from a speed and outside standpoint for that offense to keep the passing game going as well. I know you've talked about Anthony Smith, and I'm curious how he's going to play against NC State and what NC State does with him. I think that's also going to be a big key to this game.
Is it just me, Clip, that you think back to running backs in bowl games in their last game, and I can't help but think of Chris Johnson and the show he put on.
Yeah,
and obviously I think it's a very different situation with Rajay, but as far as style, stylistically, but from a Pirate standpoint and a career and different things, but it would be awesome to see Rajay have that that swan song similar to what Chris Johnson had.
Tate Cooper is another one who had a great game in the Beef O'Brady's Bowl and went out in style that way. So there's guys who are seniors who, that money's not there. The interesting thing I'm seeing now with all these bowl games, trying to get guys to play, is the insurance policies that are out there too to try and get some of these stars to play one more game. But
Mully mentioned that earlier with Colorado.
Yeah,
is that the new wave?
And we talked to Coach Mack about it, and Coach Mack had the best insight. He goes, it's great that the schools did that. But North, his opinion was the bowl games, if they want these guys to participate, that at least gives them a chance. I don't think they could justify paying them, each player enough to play. But if you can, protect their financial future in some capacity, does that entice them to play in your bowl game?
Yeah, I think there's going to be two things on this. It's going to be player contracts, and those contracts are going to include the incentives of playing in a bowl game. And I think the insurance policy. Everybody's scared about the getting hurt. And there's a classic example of Deontay Williams, a whiteout kid out of Jacksonville who was a great safety for North Carolina. In his last game against Tennessee in a bowl game, he broke his ankle. But he had an insurance policy, which he decided, the insurance policy said, you take this money and never play it down in the NFL, you get this money. And he took it and never played it down in the NFL, and it was millions of dollars that he used to start building his portfolio. And so those insurance policies are real, and those things matter. And so you've got to be willing to abide by what the insurance policy says when it comes to whether you can play at the next level or not. But, no, I think that's a reality. I think player contracts and insurance policies are going to be the wave of trying to get these guys to play in these late games.
Brian North joining us at his homestead. Are you missing out at all, Brian? I mean, you've covered some cool sporting events from Super Bowls to bowl games to big-time games. Like, do you miss a bowl experience?
Yeah, I do, but I will tell you the Military Bowl is different because it's right after Christmas. And I covered the one in 2010 when ECU played Maryland, and it was at RFK, and I loved going to RFK and just being in D.C. and doing stand-ups in front of the White House and the Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial. But, I mean, those are cool experiences, but it's such a quick, short turnaround, and you don't get to cover as many team functions. And to me, that's what's cool about the game is you get to go to, I can remember the belly flop contest in Tampa, or the bowling events they had in Birmingham, or in the Mobile, Alabama Bowl, the two that I went to there. So no, I miss kind of that build up. I always tell my people who go to cover them, it's not about the actual game, though, but it's the build-up and the cool events you get to go to kind of cap the season. And then sometimes these bowl games can be forgettable.
No doubt. Brian North joining us, Big Rock Power Sports Live Line. North, good stuff, man. We will talk to you again in 2025. So we appreciate you joining us once again this season on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and all year long on Pirate Radio Live. And we hope you have a happy new year. Brian, you're always like emceeing something. Are you doing some kind of big, like, are you the Dick Clark of New Bern or Pregame County or something? Isn't that his name?
Well, I think Brian Seacrest.
I know, but Brian's 72 years old. Okay. He knows Dick Clark, not Ryan Seacrest.
I'm the Dick of New Bern, I guess. I will be at the Bear Drop, 7th consecutive year they've done the Bear
There you go.
New Bern. So I will be emceeing that New Year's Eve, yeah.
Called it.
Well, I still think Ryan Seacrest. I mean, Dick Clark is dead.
Is he, though?
Yeah.
But,
unless he's hanging out with Elvis and Michael Jackson.
Right. But the show still has his name, which is pretty cool in that sense.
Rockin' New Year's.
Yes.
Rockin' New Year's.
All right, North. Thank you, buddy.
Good luck, Clipper, on that 5th quarter call-in show.
Yeah. One more to go.
All right, buddy.
I asked Brian if he wanted to join us, but he said he had to work tonight.
He's got to get ready for the ball drop, bear drop.
The bear
droppings.
That's right.
Drop the ball
Or is the bear balls drop, something, whatever it is.
See you, Brian. There he is.
All right, boys.
Brian North joining us. The Dick Clark, or as he said, the Dick of New Bern.
Richard Clark.
The Richard. All right, we'll take our final break, come back, wrap it up. We'll get our fantasy picks and say goodbye when we return after this.
Country Mart has been locally owned and operated for over 40 years and is your premier country store serving the best cheese biscuits and country food around. Country Mart is open every day and has 2 locations in Bethel on Highway 11 and in Stokes on Highway 903. Both Country Mart locations are top-of-the-line fuel stations serving Shell gas, including 93 ethanol-free high-octane gas, which is the best for all you boat owners. Country Mart, fueling you up with great food in your engines with great gasoline. Go Pirates.
IMAX is here with mind-blowing images and earth-shattering sound. Come experience the first IMAX theater in Eastern North Carolina, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas in Greenville. Crystal clear IMAX laser projection and precision sound come together to provide the ultimate movie experience. And as always, Golden Ticket Cinemas has unlimited popcorn and the best selection of concessions around. Book your tickets at gtcinemas.com and come experience the best in cinematic quality. IMAX, only at Golden Ticket Cinemas.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in the NC. Open at noon 7 days a week with live music. Come enjoy sports trivia with me, Clip Rock, every Monday. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's live local acoustic night, along with line dancing from 7 to 9 on Wednesday. Thursday, there's a brand new lineup with Singo starting at 8, followed by karaoke with DJ Dog. Ladies and free both Friday and Saturday nights with the best local bands in the area. Finish the weekend with free games and DJ Kids Scene.
Y'all come get bucked up.
Did you know that GUC's utility rates are not only low in the region, but also the state? That's right. When you combine the average electric, water, wastewater, and natural gas into one bill, only people in 2 of the 15 largest cities pay less than GUC customers. Only 2. Low rates and high reliability. Working in the best interest of the community rather than shareholders. That's the value of public utilities. That's the value of GUC.
Here we go!
Doug Henry of Greenville would like to say thank you from the whole entire team for a record-breaking year. We could not have done it without all of our wonderful customers. Doug Henry always has new inventory arriving daily. Doug Henry of Greenville, easy to find on the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Memorial Drive, and always online at DougHenryGreenville.com. Happy 2025, Pirate Nation.
Save a load on a new John Deere compact utility tractor and loader from Quality Equipment. It's never been easier to get the best brand on the market at an unbeatable cash price or with great financing at our lowest ever monthly payment. Now is the time to get that tractor package you've been dreaming of to get your next job done right. Stop by one of our 36 locations in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia, or visit us online at QualityEquip.com.
Dank Burrito is now open in Greenville. Dank is your ticket to adventure in a tortilla. We combine bold flavors to make new kinds of burritos, tacos, and bowls like honey truffle buffalo chicken or teriyaki shrimp. Once you go Dank, you'll never want the same boring burrito again. Dank Burrito is also the official burrito of the ECU Pirates, which we all know and love here in G Vegas. We're open now at 108 Red Banks Road in Greenville. Come join the Dank Burrito Mafia. Hope to see y'all soon.
Pirate Radio.
Get it in here. I got one thing to say. This is when the big dogs come out. Damn right. Okay? Damn right. You can't roll with the big dogs.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on Pirate Radio. Now back to the show. Now with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's take one quick last look at some of the bowl games going on. First of all, TCU routs Louisiana in the New Mexico Bowl. That final was 34-3. This game has been fun. They're just starting the third quarter. Miami leading Iowa State 31-28 in the Pop-Tarts Bowl. And Colorado State trails Miami of Ohio in the second quarter by a score of 6-3 in the Snoop Dogg Arizona Bowl. Over on the NFL side, the Broncos trail the Bengals 7-3 in the second quarter. They've got about a minute and a half left to go before the half. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, brought to you by the Buck. Do you have New Year's Eve plans yet? The Buck has you covered with the biggest party to ring in the new year. It gets started at 8 o'clock with the McHale Buck Band performing along with Fox and Veed. They'll have champagne toast and DJ Kid Sing. We'll keep the party going all night. Tickets are $20 in advance, $30 at the door, but hurry because the biggest party of the year will sell out soon. And we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's Clip.
All right, they're about to get it underway, and we are about to say goodbye to you. Before we do, we'll get some fantasy picks in. I'm going to go with the former state guy, Anthony Smith, to get in the end zone today. Shirley?
I am going to go with the guy that Cheezel has called me about 18 times during the course of this show.
I'm sorry to hear
Yannick
that.
Smith. That's who I'm going with.
Yannick. Breakout. All right.
I think he's going to have a breakout game.
Rajay Harris.
Okay. Molly man?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to go Rajay. We'll go Hauser.
We usually don't go QBs.
Well, I mean, I was going to go Rajay. That was where my mind was at.
Does any other Pirate score a touchdown today?
London Montgomery. How about that, since we talked about him
London
earlier?
Montgomery.
I do, too. I think he's a good player.
I think he breaks one.
I do, too.
Molly, thank you so much, man. That was awesome.
Enjoyed it.
Not just to hang out with you, but to provide this service to the Pirate Nation.
No, I hope everybody listened, enjoyed it, and go Pirates.
All right, thank you to Steven Sausage and King Mackerels and Beach Tavern for their Military Bowl coverage. Appreciate y'all tuning in. We'll talk to you after the game on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. Morgan Ayler's going to join us, so stay tuned for that. Enjoy the game. See you after the game. Go Pirates.
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter call-in show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.